This is the morning shift coming in.
I welcome also myself on behalf of the EC and of the Rakovsky Center, all you coming and join us in this important event. Now, 4 months already have passed from the beginning of the war in Ukraine. And the devastation continues without signs of ending. Millions of people, not only in Ukraine, but all over the world, pay an enormous price. But the end of this tragedy is prevented by the main instigators of the war, which according to the Rakovsky Center's view, and Comrade Singur already mentioned, the main culprits is world imperialism led by US imperialism and NATO. Calls for ceasefire and efforts for diplomatic negotiations, as already said, were sabotaged by the same people who provoked the war. Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, quite recently, in the weekend of 18 and 19 of June, speaking in the German newspaper Bild, spoke against what he called Ukraine war fatigue, and he insisted that the war will be last for years, even decades. This is the words by Stoltenberg himself. And the same weekend, the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said, and it was reported by Sunday Times, that we are in a long, long war, because it is quite clear that the declared aim of US, Britain, and NATO by prolonging the war is, it was already mentioned and was stated by Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin on April 24. Their aim it is to break the back of the military capacity of Russia, to impose what already before, speaking in Poland, President Joe Biden said, to achieve a regime change in Moscow. The first warning, prolongation of the war does not mean simply a long war of attrition or a bloody stalemate, as most of the international mainstream press says. It means, first of all, an increasingly brutal process of escalation or further international expansion of the war, leading finally to the thermonuclear catastrophe of life on Earth. The war in Ukraine marks an inflection point, a dramatic inflection point in human history, driven by the escalating global crisis of a decaying social system, imperialist capitalism. It brings humanity at the brink of the abyss, opening the gates to Third World War and the nuclear Armageddon. The first and urgent task of the international working class of all the oppressed all over the world is to stop this US NATO-led imperialist war, their drive to global annihilation, and to turn this war into a revolutionary struggle for a real universal human emancipation toward socialism. It is well known that the first victim of a war is truth. But rarely the big lie or the principal culprit of the war took such monstrous dimensions as today. There are four main lies. First, it is a lie that you have a local war between a great power, Putin's Russia, invading a small sovereign state, Ukraine. We don't have a local war, we have a global war, because the roots, the causes, the dynamic, dimensions, the implications of the ongoing war, of this military conflagration, are global in an uneven or combined development. Nearly all the countries on all the continents are involved in the entire capitalist world, from Europe and Asia to the Americas, Africa, and Australia. Ukraine, yes, it is the epicenter now, but the center itself of the crisis is situated at the center of global capitalism, the United States, and its declining world hegemony. Second big lie, it is not a military conflict about the national self-determination of Ukraine, as a big part of the international so-called left claims. justifying NATO's aggression, the arming of a Ukrainian army controlled by Nazis and trained by NATO, imposing sanctions to destroy Russian economy, but as well the poorest populations in the world. The truth it is that it's a NATO-provoked proxy war where the Ukrainian people is used as a cannon fodder to fragment and colonize in a proxy war the former Soviet space, to subjugate the countries that officially considered as the main strategic antagonists of the United States, namely Russia and China. Post-Soviet Ukraine has been reduced by its oligarchs and foreign capital into a poor, financially bankrupt, fractured, semi-colonial dependency of the Western capital and of the International Monetary Fund, and an advanced war springboard for NATO aggression against Russia. It is run by Kuislings, corrupt oligarchs and neo-Nazis, taking their own comprador interests to the interests of the United States, Britain, the European Union, cruelly robbing the working population of Ukraine from its labor and from all its social and national rights. National self-determination of the Ukrainian people can be achieved by breaking this semi-colonial dependency from the war, from the West and from NATO, and joining with their brothers and sisters in Russia and all over the world in the struggle for emancipation by all tyrants. Third lie, it is not an unprovoked war, as they say, which an unprovoked war starting by a Russian invasion in Ukraine on February 24, 2022. No, the result cannot be separated from the process leading to it. What happened in 2014 in the Maidan coup? What happened the 8 years hybrid war in Donbass, killing 14,000 people? And obviously, one of the main provocation is the non-stop expansion of NATO eastwards to the borders of Russia. As a matter of fact, the historic origins of the war are located in the collapse of the Soviet Union itself in 1991. It is immediately after this collapse, already on February 92, the US Pentagon formulated a foreign policy guidance. The architect of this guidance was no other than Paul Wolfowitz, the architect of the Gulf War. And in this defense foreign policy guidance, they said already, I repeat, in February 92, that the main US strategic aim is to prevent any possibility for post-Soviet Russia to rise again and challenge US world hegemony. The expansion to the east started, and already in 1999, when the NATO war in former Yugoslavia for its fragmentation started, this war coincided with the expansion of NATO in Poland, Hungary, and Czech Republic, and the Bucharest 2004 NATO summit clearly was put in the agenda the NATO membership of Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia. The so-called color revolutions or counter-revolutions that coincided and followed, particularly the 2014 Euromaidan events, were instrumental to serve the advance of NATO, now including 11 former Eastern European states as members, at approaching the Russian borders, become able from Ukraine in a few minutes to hit by missiles Moscow. A fourth big lie. The war is not a conflict of inter-imperialist or great powers rivalry, as another part of the international so-called left claim, by taking an equidistant position based on a false ahistorical approach to the historical specificity of this conflict, of the social nature of the clashing forces. Its apparent neutrality actually is a crude adaptation to the pressures of imperialism of the bourgeois public opinion. The explosion of the war in Ukraine in 2022 is not a chance event. It is the latest barbaric manifestation of the spiral of the insoluble global crisis of capitalism unfolding from the 2008 world financial crash onward, followed by the Great Recession and then the 2020 global pandemic shock, a warning for advancing climate catastrophe, and now moving and opening the gates of Third World War. But even before the war in Ukraine, it was clear that there is a rapid worsening of the crisis, combining the return of a global inflationary tsunami with a further fall toward depression, exacerbation of the debt crisis and of new defaults, and more financial crisis. We are just at the beginnings of a dramatic degradation of an already destabilized world situation, generating a new wave of social upheavals, political disorder, popular rebellions, liberation struggles, social revolutions, both in the global south and the global north. The global capitalist crisis is both the driving force of the imperialist war, but at the same time, the force undermining the imperialist metropolitan centers and their war campaign. Biden's imperialist America, at the center of the global capitalist crisis, the protagonist of the war, tries to overcome the political economic decline of its world hegemony by using its dominant military might. But already previous wars of the 21st century, the dramatic reverses that American imperialism faced in the debacle in Iraq and the Vietnam type defeat, humiliating defeat in Afghanistan, 2020, 20 years after a 20 years long disastrous war. The attempts by the Biden administration to renew the US alliances and leadership in Asia and Latin America against China and Russia, with the recent ASEAN summit and then the summit of the Americas, failed miserably. So we see this cynical farce to hear the official discourse speaking and presenting this war as a clash between democracy against autocracy. This is really not just a lie, it is a cynical farce. If we look at during, quite recently, Biden visiting Saudi Arabia, the killers of Mohammed bin Salman against the dissidents in Saudi Arabia, embracing and helping the genocide, those who propagate genocide against the people of Yemen, but also who speaks about democracy, defense of democracy against autocracy. We saw the death agony of American liberal democracy on January 6, 2021, with a fascist coup and assault against the Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. And we saw it even yesterday with the US Supreme Court's decision to abolish the abortion rights of women. It's not only a war against women, it's also a war against all the most elemental freedoms of the American people and of people all over the world. This is their democracy, and this is they actually exist in autocracy, in action.
You have 5 minutes left, Comrade Savas. 5 minutes left.
America is plunging in crisis, is deeply divided socially and politically. And we'll have, despite the war jingoism, Biden's popularity is falling, and he's facing a Waterloo for the Democratic Party in midterm November 22 elections. Pax Americana has finished. Robert Kagan, the neoconservative, said that after Pax Americana, the global chaos follows. And even Financial Times 2-3 days ago said, anarchy is likely the future for the West, likelier the future for the West than tyranny. The trend of events is not towards strong men, but towards ungovernability. Europe is the weakest point in this fact. And the European Union is plunging in crisis and has the most disastrous impact on living conditions, on living standards, by the rising inflation, deepening recession, military budgets, the militarization which is going on everywhere. And really what we see already with the strikes movement from Britain to other countries, including Greece, it is just the beginning of what we will see in the next period. And the main cause for growing divisions among the Western metropolitan capital centers. And this divided global North has not only to wage war, but to face becoming more vulnerable to the rising upheavals in the global South, where the absolute majority of the humanity lives under the poorest conditions. It is not an accident that even the representatives of this vast majority of the human population, the global South, either abstained or rejected the anti-Russian sanctions, because they pay the price with the food hunger that they have now. So our policy is the following. The defeat of the US NATO-led imperialist war is the primary, necessary, and urgent task for all forces fighting for emancipation from the capitalist slavery and imperialist bondage. First of all, it is the task for the international working class and this revolutionary vanguard. No communist, no socialist, no fighter of the imperialist struggle can be neutral or equidistant in the ongoing military conflagration that started in Ukraine. Our anti-imperialist line does not mean that we tell any Kremlin that we abandon our firm opposition to the restorationists of capitalism or to the Russian oligarchs. It is the collapse of the Soviet Union and the turn to capitalist restoration which opened the gates to imperialism's offensive and war for the fragmentation and colonization of the former Soviet space first and then China. It is the process of capitalist restoration in this epoch of global decline and crisis of capitalist system, which clashed both with external obstacles and internal contradictions. And we saw that from the transition from the chaos of the 90s under Yeltsin to Russia's default in 1998 to a very relative fragile stabilization in the early 21st and the growth of the state after that. And after the 2008 world crisis, the long stagnation in Russia, making its hybrid economy extremely vulnerable to Western imperialist pressures. And today, with not just the sanctions, but the economic, technological iron curtain imposed by the West makes even more vulnerable. The overgrowth of the state apparatus, and the attacks against communism are the product both of the increasing pressure from the West and from internal social contradictions. A radical change of orientation is needed, involving the active participation of the masses themselves for a new revolutionary turn against capitalist restoration to the path of socialism. Restoration regimes and oligarchs are neither able nor willing to defeat the imperialist offensive. They seek an accommodation or an improbable compromise with it.
2 minutes, Savas.
Yes, I will finish soon.
Okay, please. Yeah.
I think we are for a defeat of the US NATO imperialism in this war. Why? Because a decisive strategic defeat of world imperialism not only will advance the world struggle against capitalism and imperialism, but it will create the best conditions to defeat capitalist restoration itself. The international working class has to manifest solidarity in action, supporting an independent political mobilization of the masses of Russia and Ukraine themselves to secure their future. We are not pacifists. We should declare and wage by all means war against the imperialist war. But imperialism cannot be defeated just by military means of a particular state. All the experience from the October Revolution, the great anti-Nazi war shows that the initiative, courage, mobilization, enormous sacrifices of the Soviet people were necessary for the defeat of Nazism and of imperialism. It is the intervention of the masses that make the imperialist struggle victorious. It is necessary to not be trapped in a blind nationalism serving the ruling elites, the Bandera fascists, and the great Russian chauvinists, both in Ukraine and Russia. It is socialist, proletarian internationalism in action, the road to victory. To defeat the capitalist restoration itself, for the expropriation of the oligarchs by the masses, for a socialist reconstruction of the economy under workers' control, all power to genuine Soviets without bureaucrats, full workers' democracies for socialism, and active internationalist policy for support for all revolutionary liberation movements of the world. Our policy you can find again in our slogans of the May Day 2022 manifesto of Christian Rakovsky. For lack of time, I don't repeat of them, but I repeat just the last three of them, a few of them. War against the imperialist war. The enemy is at home. We have to fight the rise of fascism, whatever it has its head. We need to fight for socialist proletarian internationalism, to unify this continent, which now is a battlefield of war, to make a new union of Soviet socialist republics from Lisbon to Vladivostok, without oligarchs, without capitalists, without imperialists, without bureaucrats of any kind, to complete the world historical task the October Revolution started for the victory of world socialist revolution. Thank you for your attention and patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Savas. This was a full exposition of our position. Now, I will pass on to the second speaker, who is Levent Delek. He is the deputy chairman of DIP and, de facto leader on the ground. Now, before I pass on to him, let me, with your permission, say a few words on the last few days that we had at DIP, because this is interesting. Of course, this kind of conference requires feverish activity on the part of the organizers and the steering board of the Rakovsky Center, but most importantly, EEC and DIP were very active during the last days that we passed. But Thursday, there was another feverish night for DIP militants, and Levent himself was part of it. So I would like to talk about it and share with you this very important event that we had recently. There's a factory called Smart Solar in Turkish, where workers have been trying to unionize for a long time, putting forward different actions. One of the two major leaders, in fact, a member of our party, DIP, the Revolutionary Workers' Party of Turkey. Now, at the last moment, the bosses laid off one of the leaders of the movement, not the first two, but another one. And therefore, and of course, they're resisting unionization in the factory. So the workers during the day shift went on strike and occupied. There is no strike in the legal sense of the word in Turkey without going through a very complicated kind of procedure at the beginning of collective bargaining. That's all. So this was, in legal terms, totally unlawful. So the strike turned into an occupation of the factory. Then the night shift came. Those workers also joined the day shift workers. They occupied the entire factory for the night. Then morning came, the morning shift workers came. They also joined the other two shift workers. So the entire factory was on strike and in occupation of the factory. Now we're going to show you a very brief video of what happened, and then I'll finish off telling you what the result was. Would you please, Sefa, our technical expert, would you put on the video, please?
This is the morning shift coming in.
Well, their two demands, major demands were one, to the reinstatement of the worker laid off for leading the unionization drive, and two, the recognition of the union. The worker was reinstated at the end of Friday, and the union was recognized. The leader of the local chapter of the union came and started to talk with the bosses, and here we are now. The struggle has been won. So this is what we are obviously after, and this is class war. And class war is ultimately the only kind of war that can replace this abominable war that threatens to catch the whole world on fire. So forward towards class war in every country of the world. Now I turn the floor over to Levent. 15 minutes, Levent.
Greetings to all comrades. First of all, I would like to express that I'm proud to be with you at an international online conference today. As Comrade Sungus said recently, I would also like to express that I'm proud to join here today to talk about the danger of world war and struggle for a world revolution coming from the vanguard workers who have been occupied for 24 hours, who won their struggle with the occupation, and from the watch we keep both at the factory gate and inside. I'm speaking about the smart solar factory, as Sungur comrade is talking about. I would like to express the solar panel sector is a favored sector in recent times because of the NATO-Russian war in Ukraine. As rising the petroleum prices, solar panels sector gaining much more profits in these days. And the workers in that sector now organizing and demanding their rights and demanding fair wages in these conditions. And now the Revolutionary Workers' Party is a part that struggles to bring the working class to power by organizing factory by factory within the class. The occupation of the smart solar factory began on the night of June 23rd. Exactly, this is an important day for us because it is the 15th anniversary of the day of the announcement of DIP as an initiative at an international revolutionary Marxist meeting in Istanbul. And today we participate in our international conference by announcing the victory of a factory occupation organized under the leadership of comrades from the Revolutionary Workers' Party. I believe that the victory of the smart solar workers' struggle is the gain of all of us, and it will carry our international struggle forward. And I want to express our slogan, our party's main slogan. And this slogan is also, yesterday, it was the main slogan of smart solar factory workers, job, bread, and freedom. And with this slogan, we will raise our struggle day by day from now. I want to greet all comrades again, and I want to welcome everybody to our Emergency International Anti-War Conference. I hope this conference will be an important step forward for anti-imperialist and international revolutionary socialist movement, especially during these days of imperialist aggression of NATO, which brings humanity to the brink of a new world war. I'm speaking on behalf of RedMed website, Red Mediterranean. This is a website operating in parallel with Rakovsky Center, which approaches the problems experienced around the world in the line of revolutionary proletarian internationalism, mainly in English, our website, but occasionally in over a dozen languages. I'm also speaking on behalf of DIP, Revolutionary Workers' Party. I'm the deputy chairman of Revolutionary Workers' Party Turkey. I will speak about the character of recent war, so-called Ukrainian-Russian war, but we call it, this is a NATO-Russia war. And my contribution is about the myth of Russian imperialism and why neutrality in the war of Ukraine is wrong, according to the Marxists. With the war between Russia and Ukraine, a politics of neutrality has been commonly defended by the left, justified by reference to Lenin and the politics of the Bolsheviks during the First World War. And we think that these references to Lenin and Bolsheviks are mistaken. First and foremost, when Lenin and Bolsheviks identified both warring blocs as wrongful and predatory in a war between two imperialist blocs, they do not conclude with a policy of neutrality for the working class. Lenin states that in the First World War, it is difficult to ascertain whether the victory of any of the leading states of imperialist blocs, the British or Germans, is better for the proletariat. The interest of working class is in revolution. The war will transform into revolutions. Naturally, it is on a national scale. The working class faces its own plundering bourgeois government within the nation. Therefore, Lenin said that proletariat should not be neutral in its nation's unjust war, but actively desire the defeat of its own bourgeois government and fight for it. Therefore, here, Lenin propose a lesser of two evils policy, and that for the proletariat of each state, this lesser evil is the defeat of its own bourgeois government. Hence, the essential issue for Lenin is to be able to use the conditions created by the existent war in the best manner for a proletarian revolution. The slogan is not "take no sides in an imperialist war" or "there is no lesser evil in this war." Definitely not a pacifist wish like "we side with peace." But the slogan must be "turn the imperialist war into a civil war." The meaning of this political stance for Turkey, a member of NATO, is clear. We must seek the defeat of NATO, which is undeniably using Ukraine as a proxy in this war, and fight for this defeat. We repeat, even if Russia were an imperialist power, it is mistaken to hold a neutral stance in this war with reference to Lenin, taking into account the fact that the politics of neutrality in the NATO member Turkey objectively means support of NATO. These arguments are valid for all NATO countries and NATO allies. For example, all European Union members, as well as countries like Finland and Sweden in Europe. And also, these arguments are valid for NATO ally countries on other continents like Japan, Australia, South Korea, Saudi Arabia, etc. How are we to look at this war from the perspective of the interests of the world proletariat? Here, the analysis to determine whether Russia is imperialist or not, it is very important. Those who claim that since Lenin described Russia as imperialist even back in the First World War, it must be even more so today, are misreading and distorting his arguments, Lenin's arguments. Because Lenin described Russia then as a backward economy with lingering feudal relations, a warehouse providing soldiers to the imperialist bloc under the hegemony of Britain and France, and not as an independent imperialist state. In this sense, Russia was not equivalent to Germany, but it's equivalent to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Also, the Ottomans occupied an even lower status than Russia as a semi-colony, yet the Ottomans were also a side to an unjust war, hand in hand with Germans. Now let us discuss the question of whether Russia is an imperialist power today. As is well known, Lenin defines imperialism as a worldwide system. The distinctive feature of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism is the dominance of export of industrial capital and finance capital. And it's important, the dominance of export of industrial and finance capital over the export of commodities. No corner of the world is free from capital circulation under the imperial system. The bourgeoisie of all countries export capital to a certain extent. What matters is not quantity, but quality. Therefore, monopoly, finance capital, export of capital, etc. are not indicators of an imperialist power by themselves. What it means for a nation to be an imperialist power is the finance capital owners of the country to enter the fight for the global control of markets and resources, and the state to fight for colonies and zones of influence worldwide. Worldwide, I must emphasize. Not regional, not across borders, not even continent-wide. Imperialism is the worldwide struggle for control. In other words, if the monopolies, finance capital organizations, and the quality and quantity of the capital exports of a country are not sufficient for it to enter a fight for inter-imperialist partition of the world, the country cannot be called imperialist. Of course, armies and military power are also important factors. It is well known that Russia is the second largest military power in the world following the United States. But since Russia is not imperialist, meaning that the opportunity to obtain exorbitant profits by exploiting the world is foreclosed due to domination of the US and its allies, its military expenditure is 1/10 of United States expenditures, and its $61 billion military budget is even smaller than those of Britain and France. And it is merely $15 billion larger than those of Germany and Japan, which are both under de facto military dominions of the United States as a result of losing World War II. Finally, the only Russian military base outside the former Soviet state is in Syria, whereas the United States has about 800 bases of various sizes in 172 countries, and it has 320,000 troops stationed outside its borders. Nuclear weapons, yes, Russia's nuclear inventory can match that of the United States, but this only acts as a nuclear deterrence against NATO. Zones of influence, market conquests must be supported by navies and armies, not nuclear missiles. On this score, the farthest range Russia can aim for is now Africa. Even that Russia is unable to attain an independent zone of influence without the pragmatic alliances with the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. It has already lost half of its zone of influence in Syria to the United States. Ukraine is a matter of resistance to its domination by NATO. It is not about expanding Russia's own influence.
Minister,
yes, Russia has huge amounts. Okay, Russia has huge amounts of underground resources. The whole history of imperialism has taught us that abundance of underground resources do not result in a global hegemonic position, but on the contrary, it makes one an object to be fought over and controlled. Indeed, this is most apparent today when we see the petroleum and gas reserves of Russia cannot make it a hegemonic power, but merely provides some leverage against sanctions. Dramatically, those who claim Russia is engaging in imperialism with its hydrocarbon resources do not once mention that 20% of the shares of the Russian oil monopoly, Rosneft, is owned by British Petroleum, and likewise, 16% of the shares of the natural gas monopoly, Gazprom, is owned by American capital through the Bank of New York Mellon. The oft-mentioned dollar reserves of Russia prove not that Russia is an imperialist country, but submission to it. Russia has been keeping a big part of that resource in Western imperialist centers as a pledge for remaining in the global imperialist system, and as a result, lost access to $400 billion of $600 billion reserves in the immediate aftermath of war. Just look at this Russian imperialism. This is not an imperialism picture for any country. The Russian economy is dominated by commodity exports, not capital export. Capital export is an important indicator about the theory of imperialism, Marxist theory of imperialism. Russia also exports capital just like other countries, but what dominates the Russian economy is not capital export, but commodity export. This is a distinguishing factor for pre-imperialist and imperialist eras. Russia is a net capital importer, so Russia is not in position to exploit the world, but instead it is exploited by imperialist capital. And there is even more to this. Russia's current capital export figures are inflated. About 20 billion of Russian capital exports, which is 2/3 of the total amount. It is the so-called round-tripping investments into tax havens, especially to the Cyprus, which is the capital export to Cyprus is 1/3 of the total amount of the Russian capital export. When we look at real capital exports, we observe that the Russian oligarchs must always be accompanied by US, British, or Italian imperialist partners. We see that Russia is not an imperialist power from a Marxist and scientific socialist perspective. The political outcomes of the war further affirm the theory in practice. Now, if we discuss turning the war into a civil war, or in other words, turning it into a revolution, we need to look at the different outcomes of this war in the war front by anticipating their political implications based primarily upon the interests of the working class. The military defeat of NATO will be a huge blow to the bourgeois all over the world and will lead to a positive conditions for the working class, not only in the countries subjected to imperialism, but even the imperialist centers. Today, the forces of the proletariat are weak in Russia. Russia's defeat will not even yield positive results in Russia and will most likely lead to the oligarchic regime turning itself to a semi-colonial resembling the Yeltsin era, instead of moving in the direction of socialism. For these reasons, we can say that in this war, the defeat of the only imperialist power, which is NATO, is to the benefit of the world proletariat, unlike in the First World War, where both sides were imperialists. Even though Russia's or Putin's victory will be a defeat for the imperialists, this will not be its ultimate defeat as a global order. The road to this finality is the world revolution. Therefore, we do not support the capitalist, restorationist, oligarchic regime of Putin when we call for the military defeat of NATO. The world revolution cannot be related to any party other than the national and international revolutionary parties of the proletariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Levent.
Comrades.
Thank you. So thank you for finishing on time. Now, I would like to turn the floor over to the other speakers, but let me first say just a few words on the composition of this conference. Comrades, if you look at the program which has been published on RedMed and which has been sent to most of you, some registered late, that's why they weren't sent this program perhaps, you can see that session 1 is a fat one, is a long one, you know, because we have 17 speakers there, you know, taking off Savas and Levent, we have 15 left, which means that the view from the former Soviet republics and the former Warsaw Pact countries is the big chunk in this program. This is very important.
Aletini almadık ama seninki oluyor galiba, değil mi?
Kurtar lütfen. This is very important, comrades. This is very important simply because this part of the world, along with China, but that is another matter, is really the target of imperialism these days. And why is it that the Rakovsky Center is so strong in this part of the world, you know, has so many connections, and there are 3 major parties and organizations within the Rakovsky Center that are from Russia? That is because we are not, as the Rakovsky Center organizations, under the so-called democratic public opinions pressure as other so-called revolutionary organizations are in America and Europe. This is why we are for the reconstruction of the Soviet Union. We have no apologies for the Soviet Union. We are only for an internationalist and proletarian democratic regime for the future Soviet Union. That is why we have such good contacts. Now, I think. Now, our first speaker here, Alexei Albu, has still not arrived, and therefore, if I'm mistaken, will he please warn me? Will he please sign? So we thought that it would be very good to give the first two speeches outside the organizers to Ukrainian Marxists and communists. And therefore, Alexei Albu, who's an important figure on the Ukrainian left, was one of our speakers, but he has not yet arrived. And therefore, we turn the floor to an old comrade of ours with whom we have been in contact for so many years, even the Maidan years I remember, Yuri Shakhin, who was with the Against the Current organization in the past. I don't know now, but Yuri is this next speaker. Yes, Yuri, you have 15 minutes. Then I think it would be best for us to pass on, since our time is very short, it's best for us to pass to our next speaker. Daria, tu es prête? Tu peux parler maintenant? Ouais?
Oui.
Alors, tu as 15
Oui.
minutes? Vas-y, s'il vous plaît.
Дорогие товарищи, я буду говорить по-русски. Перевод. Меня слышно и понятно?
Понятно, понятно. Абсолютно. Абсолютно.
Спасибо. Дорогие товарищи, я считаю очень важным, что нынешняя конференция разбирает самую горячую и самую знаковую тему нынешнего времени. Это глобальный конфликт. Мы даже называем его, может быть, началом Третьей мировой войны. Пусть она идет и в такой гибридной форме, прокси-форме, но для нас совершенно очевидно, что мы имеем дело не с локальным конфликтом, не с региональным конфликтом, а с глобальным переустройством мира. Просто так получилось, что первоначальный фитиль загорелся на постсоветском пространстве, на пространстве бывшего СССР. Но это, в общем-то, чистая случайность, как, наверное, было случайностью и начало Первой мировой войны с Югославией, да, с Сербией. На самом деле для нашей партии, для Объединенной коммунистической партии, характер этого конфликта, в общем-то, не представляет никакого секрета и никакой загадки. В феврале 2014 года, 5 февраля 2014 года, если быть точнее, то есть 8 лет назад, наша партия, которая только готовилась стать партией, это было за месяц до нашего учредительного съезда, но, тем не менее, мы уже осознавали себя и работали как партия. Так вот, 5 февраля 2014 года мы учредили, организовали антифашистский штаб помощи народу Украины. Обратите внимание, еще не началась так называемая антитеррористическая операция Украины на Донбассе. Антитеррористическая, это так ее называл Киев, мы ее называли, конечно, карательной операцией, потому что, по сути, она была карательная. Так вот, антитеррористическая операция начиналась в апреле. Сам государственный переворот в Киеве произошел в 20-х числах февраля, по-моему, 21-го, если мне не изменяет память. А антифашистский штаб помощи Украине мы организовали 5 февраля. То есть для нас уже не было секретом, какой характер имеет тот режим, который складывался тогда на территории Украины. Мы это поняли даже раньше, чем, как говорится, встал Майдан в ноябре 2013 года. Все к этому шло. Фашизация Украины – это плавный и последовательный процесс, который шел с 1991 года и просто в 2014 году достиг своей кульминации. как говорят кинематографисты, дальше все пошло в ускоренной перемотке. Но, тем не менее, вектор был абсолютно ясен. Обострение лингвистического вопроса, языкового вопроса, запрет, фактический запрет русского языка, который после 2014 года стал формальным, запрет и преследование партий, которые не разделяли идеологический мейнстрим тогдашнего Киева, преследование не только активистов, общественных организаций, политических партий, гражданских объединений, но и любого рядового гражданина, который не разделял вот этот самый нацистский идеологический мейнстрим, восторжествовавший на Украине и которого очень долго не замечали наши левые политические силы. Не только левые, естественно, и правые, либералы, но на них нам плевать, а на левых, как говорится, нам не плевать. Вот. Дискуссии шли, как говорится, с самого первого дня Майдана, очень ожесточенные. Некоторые левые наши товарищи украинские пытались как-то мирным путем поговорить с теми людьми, которые рвались к власти силовым путем. Вооруженные банды, давайте вспомним определение Георгия Димитрова, да, наше каноническое, классическое определение фашизма, да, реакционная диктатура, наиболее, да, отъявленная диктатура крупного капитала, опирающегося на вооруженное насилие. Так вот, это вооруженное насилие мы видели тогда уже, как говорится, полным метром, да, полной ложкой. Вот. И те наши левые товарищи, которые думали, наивно полагали, что с ними будут разговаривать, с ними будут вести какие-то дискуссии, что они будут участвовать каким-то образом в политической борьбе, они были просто избиты на Майдане, а впоследствии те, которые не успели каким-то образом скрыться, вот, каким-то образом эмигрировать или уйти во внутреннюю миграцию, просто лечь на дно, вот, они были посажены в тюрьму, подвергались пыткам, вот, некоторых из них нет в живых. Вот, у меня только моих личных знакомых за эти 8 лет погибло несколько десятков. И это, обратите внимание, не комбатанты. Это не те люди, которые принимали участие в горячей форме конфликта. Вот, они не носили военную форму, вот, не принимали участие в военных действиях. Это только люди, которые мыслили по-другому и не боялись высказывать свою позицию. Вот, собственно говоря, анализ экономических процессов, который шел на Украине, да, анализ ее олигархической, мафиозно-коррумпированной клановой структуры, в общем-то, здесь все укладывается в то же самое классическое определение димитровского фашизма. Вот. Но очень многие делают принципиальные ошибки, методологические ошибки, когда говорят, что сражаются между собой два фактически одинаковых, сопоставимых режима, да, российский империализм как бы, да, и империализм украинский. Я уж не говорю о том, что можно прочесть длинную лекцию о том, почему ни Россия, ни нынешняя Украина не являются империалистическими странами для наших левых, но мы опустим сейчас эти глубокие теоретизирования, скажем лишь то, что на самом деле сравнивать, сопоставлять два режима, российский и украинский нынешний, это грубейшая манипуляция, которую, к сожалению, левые часто допускают. Вот. Как вы знаете, ОКП партия сугубо оппозиционная. Вот. Мы находимся в оппозиции к нашему режиму практически во всех внутриполитических вопросах. Но в данном случае мы понимаем, что как бы ситуация, которая сложилась сейчас для российской власти, во многом вынужденная ситуация. Они решение вопроса с Украиной откладывали 8 лет и никогда бы не решились, так сказать, его начать, если бы их не подтолкнули соображения просто национальной безопасности и угрозы утраты суверенитета. Потому что вы прекрасно знаете, что в 2014 году Россия не сочла для себя возможным ввязываться в конфликт по-крупному. Мы писали в наших партийных документах, это у нас зафиксировано во всех документах ОКП, что конечной целью не только России, да, но и любого, так сказать, человека, который мыслит себя прогрессивным антифашистским деятелем, да, должна являться не только демилитаризация и денацификация Украины, как сейчас говорят об этом российские власти, но и в целом демонтаж киевского режима как такового, демонтаж той политической структуры государства, который сложился в Киеве к тому времени. Именно демонтаж. Это вот термин, который мы употребляли. Неужели кто-то думает, что такой демонтаж может совершиться сам по себе путем уговоров, переговоров, Минских соглашений 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 и так далее? Ну, можно еще походить вокруг Верховной Рады, поводить хороводы, вот, и почитать заклинания, можно почитать молитвы, да? Но мы прекрасно знаем, что сам себя киевский режим не демонтирует. Естественно, мы с самого начала имели в виду именно силовой путь, именно путь насилия, да, именно силовой путь демонтажа киевского режима. Других способов не существует, иначе бы их давно бы уже кто-то применил. Других способов не существует. И то, что Россия действительно нанесла превентивный удар, мне кажется, здесь уже понятно с учетом того массива информации, которым мы обладаем. Это и заявление Зеленского о намерении выхода из Будапештских соглашений о безъядерном статусе Украины. Это и та информация, которая появилась благодаря разведке о биологических лабораториях, расположенных на территории Соединенных Штатов. Это и информация о тех военных базах, которые существовали на Украине, можно сказать, неформально, не публично, но скорость развертывания того, что мы называем вооруженных сил Украины сейчас, она прекрасно доказывает, что даже не будучи членом НАТО, даже не будучи членом Европейского Союза, вообще ни одной наднациональной европейской структуры, можно прекрасно получать и оружие, и иметь возможность устраивать свои базы, вот, любое оружие, вплоть до систем ПВО, которых у Украины не было бы, да, без западной помощи, и так далее.
Товарищ Дарья, tu n'as que 2 minutes.
Oui, je finis. И поэтому для нас, в общем-то, нет вопросов. Объединенная коммунистическая партия в данном случае совершенно не одинока. Я могу сказать так, что наши социологические опросы, которые дают 80% поддержки специальной военной операции в России, это, в общем-то, похоже на правду. Здесь может быть колебание плюс-минус несколько процентов, но в целом это абсолютно так. Я могу сказать, что действительно все 4 коммунистические партии, которые действуют, которые заметны в политическом поле России, это и Коммунистическая партия Российской Федерации, парламентская, да, партия Зюганова, это и Российская коммунистическая рабочая партия, наши ближайшие союзники, это и партия коммунисты России, это и Объединенная коммунистическая партия. В украинском вопросе мы, в общем-то, едины. И сейчас идет оживленная дискуссия, ее можно проследить в интернете, на многих ресурсах. Вот, можно понять позицию. Значит, недавно и КПРФ Зюганова, и РКРП Тюлькина дали развернутые пояснения по своей позиции, по войне, по Украине, по всему комплексу этих проблем. Вот, с этой дискуссией можно ознакомиться. Мы в ней так или иначе участвуем. Вот, и я могу сказать, что так называемую пацифистскую позицию занимают очень малое количество людей, которые позиционируют себя как левые в России. Не говоря уж и про украинской позиции, таких я среди левых не знаю. Вот. Про украинской позиции у нас не занимает никто. Вот. Скажем так, Да, те, кто называют себя либералами, да, у них есть проукраинская позиция. Вот, я знаю, что вам знакома фамилия Мудрайцкис, да, по-моему, это единственный деятель, но он уже, его можно назвать не российским политиком, он эмигрировал в Германию и, так сказать, получил германское гражданство. Вот, поэтому для нас... Да, je finis, je termine. В общем-то, позиция моя понятна, она выражена, в общем-то, в заявлении Объединенной коммунистической партии, которое опубликовано в том числе и на сайте RedMed, на сайте Красного Средиземноморья, сайте центра Раковского. Спасибо за внимание.
Ива Daria. First of all, I would like to correct a mistake that I made. Daria Mitina is the vice chairperson responsible for international relations of the United Communist Party of Russia, the OKP, and we listened to her presentation in Russian, which is a pity for those of us who do not speak Russian. Said, do you hear me? Do you hear me? Please unmute yourself. Yes. Do you know the content of Daria's presentation? Can you summarize it for us in 3 or 4 minutes?
Yes, I do, of course.
Well, let's do it this way, everyone. Because Said, I did not think was there. I was, trying to reach Tamas Kraus and Vadim Vinik and other Russian speakers through chat, but no one responded to me. I was going to ask the same thing from them. But now that Said, our comrade Said Gafurov, independent fighter, is here, he will summarize for us Daria Mitina's presentation. Please, Said, only or 3 or 4 minutes.
With your kind of permission, above being an independent fighter, I'm also a husband of Dutch.
Not an independent.
Not an independent husband, says Savas.
And of course, in a certain means, of course, I'm not a member of OKP as well as RKRP, but my goal, my task in Russian movement is often to organize communications between different organizations being independent. It does explain official position of OKP on the Ukrainian crisis, which she considers, So it is very much a problem of difference between international and internal politics in Russia, while OKP is in a strong opposition, about hardline opposition against the Putin internal politics and economy. So, do you hear me? Do you hear me now?
Yes, comrade, go on.
So the story is that OKP, the United Communist Party, is in a strong opposition to the regime, to the internal politics, to economic politics of regime, whilst in the Ukrainian question, it is 100% consider it being a class war of the Ukrainian working class against the international, global, if you want to say, capital, which is represented by different forces, including the Ukrainian comprador capital and global comprador capital. And in this sense, the position of the United Communist Party is that Putin is our ally, nothing more and nothing less. But the war is already a civil war. It is a civil war. Since the very beginning, since 2014, the United Communist Party made a decisive role in creation of the anti-fascist headquarters or anti-fascist command, which was the headquarters to support the people's in plural, of the Ukraine. And it played the decisive role. They organized a lot of different anti-fascist, still organized convoys since 2015 to now. And the United Communist Party believes that this phase is the continuation of the civil war started in 2014, the civil war which has an open class character, when the miners and metal workers, the cream of the Ukrainians, the Ukrainian proletariat, are fighting the lumpenized and marginalized mercenaries hired by the Ukrainian oligarchy. Putin's Bonapartist regime, as Trotsky mentioned several times, is a result of the balance of class forces of the working class and the financial capital, the oligarchies. Russian oligarchs are very much against this war, but the pressure of the working class, which is now in Russia getting stronger and stronger due to reindustrialization of the country, and the pressure of the working class in the Ukraine after the heavy defeat, but at least they won half of the Donetsk Oblast and half of Lugansk. So, and our oligarchs are against this war. But the pressure of the working class of Russia and the Ukraine together on Putin made his Bonapartist regime trying to provide its own surveillance is to start this military operation. Therefore, you should not deny the independent role of the working class of the Ukraine and Russia. It is the war of class culture. It started as a civil war. You don't need to transform an imperialist war to civil war, as Lenin mentioned, because it started as a civil war. And at this phase, just we found a new ally who was Putin, who for his own goals participated, and we should respect and be loyal to him as a military ally and nothing more. We shouldn't have any illusions about Putin regime. It remained a regime of the big capital of Russia. But as Trotsky mentions, you know, it's set on the neck. So can you say it in English? It sets on the neck. It is a clerk of the bourgeoisie, but a clerk that could on the Russian oligarchs. Of course, I mean, we enjoy it just as a show when Putin put the oligarchs to its place. But nevertheless, we shouldn't have any illusions. But we should use him as a part of our internationalist class struggle, which the front of, it is not Putin's war, it is our war of the working class. And the front, the avant-garde of this war is the miners and metal workers of Lugansk and Donetsk. Don't forget that it's not Russian soldiers who are killed. Mainly, the main casualties are in the popular militias of like the Donetsk and Lugansk. Main casualties, main problems. They're fighting, they're giving, and they had mobilization. Russians, you know, they're professional soldiers. You know what professional. In Donbass, in Lugansk and Donetsk, they're popular militias mobilized, and they're real, you know, 50 years old miners who remember how it was in the Soviet Union, who see what the Ukrainian Nazis did. They get out from their mines, took machine guns, and smashed the Ukrainian, you know, marginalized, lumpenized, and declassized mercenaries.
Thank you, Said.
Never mind.
Thank you. The expression that you want to express in English is, you know, the Bonapartist state is the servant of the bourgeoisie, but it is sitting on top of its neck.
And smashes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we pass. Comrade Yuri, luckily, has been able to get back.
Yes, now I can speak.
Yuri can speak. Go ahead, Yuri. You have 15 minutes.
Now, excuse me for some echo, but this is inevitable because I live in Crimea and must use a VPN to join the conference. As we know, Crimea under US sanctions, and that's why Zoom don't work in Crimea. As for my short speech, I'll try to concentrate on situation in Ukraine and only briefly explain general situation. First of all, we live in the era when inter-imperialist contradictions escalate. They were especially intensified after the global economic crisis of 2008. Like the Great Depression, it's a prologue to a new world war. We are witnessing the decline of some imperialist centers and the rise of others. The weakening imperialist giants are trying to compensate for their economic retreat with the military and political action. Ukrainian case is the same. United States and the European Union try to make tool against Russia. We know that Russian imperialism was stronger, and that's why United States tries to prevent this process. And they reached significant results. For example, they turned Ukraine to an aggressive tool against Russia, and they also exploited the Ukrainian resources, and also they prevented economic integration between Ukraine and Russia. That is why Russia couldn't form a regional market, and it made Russia weaker. That is why United States, of course, had many victories in Ukraine, but these victories led to degradation of Ukraine. It turned into a semi-colony of Western powers. Meanwhile, we must know that Russian bourgeoisie is also profiting from Ukraine. For example, in Donbas region, many people know the name Kurchenko. This was an oligarch who exploited Donbas under Russian control. And now Russia also continues to remove resources from the territories taken under its control. As for Western imperialist powers, they intensified exploitation of Ukraine too. And we know that they make new loans, new unprofitable agreements with Kiev government, and exploitation of Ukrainian resources is intensified, as I mentioned. The current war continues to struggle for the distribution of spheres of influence in Europe. So this is one of the wars for redivision of the world, as Lenin may told. In it, the working classes of Ukraine play a role of a bargaining chip. As we know, world armed conflicts will grow out of such local wars in the future. That is why this conflict can be examined like a prologue to a world war. And of course, we must prepare to this war to form class organization. But what can we do in Ukraine now? And what are interests of working masses in Ukraine now? The they are interested in the destruction of Kiev regime and the speedy end of the war, but they do not have any levers for this aim. In the previous period, we stated that in Ukraine there were no conditions for the development of an independent class movement of the proletariat. I mean previous period, period after Maidan, after the coup in 2014. Therefore, what is why the most suitable tactic for Ukraine was the tactic that Lenin proposed at the Second Congress of the Comintern for backward colonial countries. In short, these tactics mean combining the communist and democratic movements. In this alliance, the democratic bourgeois movement plays a decisive role, and the communist movement acts within it, preserving international autonomy. Now the situation has changed for the worse. The war caused an increase of reaction on both sides of the front, and the democratic movement in Ukraine disappeared. There are no organized left forces in Ukraine capable of resisting fascism and nationalism. In Russia, the situation is more favorable. There are such forces, although they are weak. Despite the lack of organization, the working people of Ukraine intuitively understand who their enemy is and massively evade conscription into Zelensky's army. I try to explain what it means. Last 3 weeks, Kiev authorities tried to conscript new soldiers into army. That is why they try to mobilize civil population and organized something like hunting for men of conscription age. Many people resist passively, of course, resist to this politics. Many people went out of Ukraine. Some people organized social networks and give each other information where conscription campaigns, when conscription campaigns led. However, we cannot now apply the tactics of revolutionary defeatism. These tactics requires an organized proletariat on both sides of the front, but we have no this condition in Ukraine. What should progressive forces do in Ukraine? First of all, we cannot support the current reactionary regime. The course of the war must be assessed from the several democratic tasks point of view. It is necessary to put an end to reactionary anti-communist politics and ultra-right nationalist propaganda, to stop the national oppression of Russians and Ukrainians. It's necessary to ensure a more fairly distribution of material resources, change social policy, and abandon neoliberalism. It's necessary to destroy neo-fascist regime in Ukraine. With the preservation of the Kiev regime, this is impossible. So it must be destroyed. That is why we must be defeatists in Ukraine. Of course, I say one more, this is not revolutionary defeatism, and we must have no illusions in this field. Does Russia's victory provide for such an alternative for destroying fascist regime, for democratic changes, and so on? As Russia's military successes, the Kiev regime is being replaced by the Russian bureaucratic machine. I could see it from the inside. I live in Russia maybe 6 years, maybe 6. I could see it from the inside. This machine can destroy any good idea. All it can do is stability without development. In addition, it's of right-wing conservative beliefs, and it strongly dislikes everything left. That is why in the area occupied by Russian troops in the military civil administrations, preference is given to Russian nationalists. I'm afraid that this policy can lead to the national oppression of Ukrainians. According to one comrade, the conflict looks like a war of deep conservatives against frostbitten Nazis. I discussed with many comrades from Ukraine who live under Kiev regime these theses, which I read now. That is why, what can I say? Unfortunately, before the conference, I hadn't yet visited the territories not controlled by Kiev. In my plans to visit them in July, but unfortunately it was no possibility to do it before the conference. That is why I'm not sure that the window of opportunity for the implementation of democratic program exists in that regions. Maybe I'll change my view after visiting Kherson and Melitopol, but it will be in July. There is no answer to this question for those few comrades who are underground in Ukraine. There is a general confusion and misunderstanding of what can be done and what should be counted on. This is the first time when I don't know what tactic can be used in these conditions, because people from Odessa, from Kharkov, and our Ukrainian regions don't understand what is to be done now, and that is why there are many questions. I don't know the answers for these questions, but the only thing I know exactly that we have to fight for democratic tasks in Ukraine, and also to form organized communist forces during this fighting. This is task for the future, and how it can look like, these tactics in details, I can't say now. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear comrade Yuri. It was very interesting to hear all this from within the Ukrainian society, although you now live in Crimea, a part of Russia. Nonetheless, you gave us a lot of information on many questions. Thank you very much. Now we pass over to a very, very important personality for us. He is, I think, to be rightly characterized as the French word goes, the doyen of all Russian communists. He has been struggling as a communist all his life, and he is a very important figure for all of us. This is Josef Abramson. Josef Abramson is a member of the Central Committee of the Russian Party of Communists. Today, he will be speaking to us on behalf of the party. Yes, Comrade Josef, the floor is yours. 15 minutes, please.
Yes. Comrade, so my ask is that the first to read the speech of Comrade Kozlov, who asked me to present his speech. Can it begin from speech of Comrade Evgeny Kozlov?
Okay.
Yes?
Just a minute, Comrade Yosif.
Yes.
I thought, as many...
At first, Comrade Kozlov, and then...
Yes, okay, I understand very well. Okay, let me announce this with your permission. Now, comrades, those who have the program can see that before Comrade Yosif Abramson's name, there is the name of Evgeny Kozlov, who is the Secretary General of the Russian Party of Communists. And he was also going to be at our event, but he has turned on, because of language problems possibly, turned on his presentation as well to Comrade Yosif. So as you can hear, he will first present Comrade Kozlov's make that presentation and then go over to his. Would you signal to us when you pass over to yours, Comrade? Yes. Now the floor is yours. Go ahead, Comrade Abramson.
Russian aggression against neighboring Ukraine, again, as well as in 2014, sparked a heated discussion in the Russia leftist movement regarding the assessment of the nature of this war and the relationship supporters of socialism to it. For the cessation of fratricide war, beneficial only to the imperialist West, the majority of foreign communist parties spoke out. Such authoritative left-wing figures as the deputy of the State Duma from Communist Party of the Russian Federation. Oleg Smolin, one of the founders of the Left Front, Alexei Sakhnin, prominent leftist theorist Boris Kagarlitsky, and many others, recognizing justified the action of Russia on armed protection of the population of Donbass, condemned the aggressive nature of the spread of hostilities throughout the territory of Ukraine, the leadership of the RKRP and the Left Front. However, the majority of the Russian left, and this is mainly members of the Communist Party, agreed with the statement of Zyuganov about unconditional support for the special operation in Ukraine. Unfortunately, there were supporters of this adventure in our organization. Let us consider from the point of view of Marxism and the interests of the class struggle against the bourgeois system in the Russian Federation, their main arguments. Let us start with an analysis of the nature of this war. It is impossible not to agree with the initial premise of many of our opponents that the main customers and beneficiaries of the bloodshed in Ukraine are TNKS, the USA, countries NATO, that this reflects their economic and political interests. It is just not clear why both the left and the patriotic forces of Russia should welcome the realization of Zbigniew Brzezinski's long-standing dream of a military clash to fraternal peoples, the peoples of Russia and Ukraine. If we analyze the economic and political interests of Russia, the Russian oligarchs in the post-Soviet space, including on the territory of Russia, we will not see a mirror image of the struggle for spheres of influence, for natural resources, for the planting of friendly regimes against the penetration of Western 10K. We will see, and we will not be surprised, because from my student years, we are aware of the inevitability of inter-imperialist contradictions under the conditions of imperialism. True, many of our opponents did not like to recognize the imperialist character of modern Russia, evaluating this characteristic as anti-patriotic. But over the past 30 years, Russian imperialism not only rose to its field, but also acquired a military power. Gained combat experience to try and get rid of from the role of the junior partner of the West. It is raw material appendage and fight for the redistribution of existing spheres of influence. I want not clutter the text with factual material on this subject, and they are detailed on the RAPCOR website. I will turn to the conclusions from this fact. However, these conclusions were drawn by Lenin and all social democrats, internationalists back in the years of the First World War. Proceeding from the predatory imperialist goals of all states, members of the Entente bloc and the Triple Alliance, the internalists considered any attempts to side with their government under the slogans of defense of the Vaterland. Any sophism about the just nature of the war on the part of their imperialism under the pretext of defending fraternal Serbia, the defeat of German militarism, proceeding from circumstances secondary to the assessment of the nature of the war. Who was the first to declare war? Who is defending himself on one's own or is advancing on someone else's territory? This position not only ensures the continuation of the revolutionary struggle against one's own government, one's own bourgeoisie, but was the only guarantee against the clouding of class consciousness by nationalism, against the splitting of the labor movement along national lines. And only this led to the creation of the Communist International and the victory of the October Revolution in Russia. This class and internalist position, adherents of imperialist Russia in the left movement declare it obsolete, inconsistent with modern historical conditions when there are no revolutionary actions in other countries. But if everyone follows them opportunist politics, these speeches never will arise and imperialism will exist forever. And then, indeed, the left turn in Russia, about which they appeal to Putin, will depend only on his discretion will never come true. The second argument, besides the argument about the unexceptionally of the Leninist methodology for the evaluations of the war, is the assertion that the war against Ukraine is in fact a war of Russia against the United States for a multipolar world, and therefore for strengthening international security. But firstly, and the United States and other NATO countries have said their troops will not participate in hostilities in Ukraine because this entails the risk of the unleashing a third world war. Secondly, Putin, despite the bravado and nuclear saber rattling, would rather make concessions to the United States than go to war with the bloc NATO, which we will be able to verify to the near future. Thirdly, and most importantly, supporters of Russia's war with NATO really natively believes that the Third World War and Russian aggression is still fraught with such a threat, will lead to a multipolar world and not to the death of all mankind? Or do they not care about it? How do they spit on the numerous civilian casualties during the Russian special operation? The strengthening of the nationalists' influence in Ukraine and in Russia as a result of the unleashed war to provide possible as well as the elimination of the remnants of friendly feelings Ukrainians to Russia under the influence of this war. Obviously, already, and NATO expansion of the East at the expense of Sweden and Finland under the influence of the aggressive action of Russia, which also contradicts the declared goals of the war. We do not call for the dogmatic use of slogans Bolsheviks during the First World War about the transformation imperialist war into a civil war and the slogan defeat of their own government in the war. But we urge you to follow them in essence, which in our conditions should mean renunciation of any assistance to the government in the conditions of the aggressive imperialist war. The fight against military propaganda that intoxicates the population, exposing supporters, willing or involuntary, of the war among leftist activists as accomplices of the ruling oligarchic regime. Social chauvinism, in the language of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin in relation to the opportunist leaders of the Second International, will destroy the left opposition in Russia, which will inevitably bear responsibility for the victims of the war and for the hardships that the war will bring to the working masses Russia in the near future. So it is speech of Comrade Kozlov.
Thank you, Comrade Yosef. You also have your own speech, I suppose. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you want to, perhaps For instance, Comrade Mikhail would perhaps speak now, and then we will give you the floor to make your presentation. Do you think that's better? Because you've spoken for 15 minutes. That's already a lot of work.
So, in 1941, the Nazi troops, for more than 2 months, advancing from the west, were able to occupy the whole of Ukraine. They stumbled near Kiev, where they met staunch resistance units of the Red Army, and more than 2 months, from August 5 to October 16, 1941, failed to defeat the heroic Odessa. Now, trying to justify the aggressive invasion in Ukraine from the south, east, and north, the Russian president calls the urgency of the denazification. How relevant is it to consider this as urgent for today's capitalist Ukraine? In the historical memory of the people there are both negatives and positives. During the Great Patriotic War, there were Vlasovits, there were Banderas. But there was, and thus is the main thing, heroic struggle and fates at the front and in the rear. There was powerful partisan resistance in the temporarily occupied regions of the northwest of the RSFSR and the Baltic republics, and especially in Belarus and Ukraine. Entire partisan armies with the legendary Kovpak and Fyodorov at the head operated in the territory of Ukraine. For several generations of Soviet people, the school, cinema, and literature have fixed this memory. With all the efforts of the bourgeoisie authorities after the death of the USSR, they failed to weather it from our consciousness. It may be objected to me, weren't these tricks on Maidan in 2014? Yes, they were. And later, under the presidency of Poroshenko, were. And anti-Soviet renamings took place of a massive scale. Well, how do you feel about all these Ukrainian masses? They showed it for the nationalists in the last presidential elections. An insignificant share of voters cast their votes. United States imperialism and NATO have an economic interest in weakening Russia. The military operation launched in the early morning of February 24 is in the interests of Western imperialism. So that, does it mean that Vladimir Putin, heading imperialist Russia, is acting as an agent of Western imperialism? Hardly. Just the ill-conceivedness of his actions, contrary to the aspirations of the Ukrainian people and the peoples of Russia beneficial to United States and NATO imperialism. Let us recall one indisputable truth. Every state is an apparatus for upholding interests, a dictatorship of the ruling class or classes. This dictatorship can manifest itself in different forms, from democracy to dictatorship form, with a wide list of prohibitions. Today, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie in most European countries have learned to effectively use the form of democracy. The dictatorship of the bourgeoisie in the first years of Putin's more than 20 years of rule since 4-year Catholic with Dmitry Medvedev, 2008, 2012, combined still in itself both forms of dictatorship, content to in 2005, powerful protests against the monetization of benefits blocked Nevsky and Sadovaya Street in Petersburg. As the state, Vladimir Putin, in the first position of power lengthens, democracy began to disappear, giving way to dictatorship form. This is where the coronavirus pandemic helped. Today, Russia has become the most reactionary state in Europe. Therefore, for the Russian left today, the categorical imperative acts first formulated by the great Marxist Rosa Luxemburg. The main enemy is in your own country. So, I finish.
Thank you very much, Comrade Joseph. Now, we were supposed to have a 15-minute break, but I would prefer to finish with our Russian speakers first and then go for a break. And we are, our comrade Daria Mitina informs me, we are also waiting for Alexei Albu, who has had to go away for a civilian defense activity. He is at the moment under arms, and therefore we are now expecting him any moment, in half an hour that is. So let us continue with, and if we give a break now, we may miss him. So let us continue with another Russian comrade, Mikhail Konashov of the Association Soviet Union. The floor is yours, Mikhail. You have 15 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, comrades. I will read out the statement of the Association Soviet Union under the title, once again, about the defeat and victory in the war in Ukraine. But I will skip some points. The full text was posted on the RedMed website 2 days ago. The basis for evaluation of the war in Ukraine for any Marxist is naturally and necessarily a characteristic of modern capitalism and its contradiction, as well as modern socialism and its contradictions. Just as the basis for evaluation of capitalism at the beginning of the last century by Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg, and other Marxists mentioned already today, was the study of capitalism and the conclusions for revolutionary Marxist politics. These conclusions, which are still true, must be supplemented because capitalism has changed and continues to change. The main thing is that capitalism seeks to become finally global, that is, world capitalism, but has not yet become it. To complete its transformation, capitalism needs not just to include all countries in the world capitalist turnover, but to include them in a special way. The contradiction between the two world systems of the previous century, capitalist and socialist ones, with the destruction of the European part of the socialist system, primarily the USSR, was resolved in the favor of capitalist systems, but not completely and not definitely. Socialism still exists in China, Cuba, Vietnam, and at the beginning of the current century, socialism originated in Venezuela and in other Latin American countries. Accordingly, the capitalist center faced two interrelated tasks: to absorb peripheral capitalism in Central and Eastern Europe, in the former Republic of USSR, and to absorb existing now socialism. The capitalist center solved the first task relatively successfully. Without exception, all the former socialist countries of Central and Eastern Europe, as well as the Baltic republics of the USSR, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, joined not only the European Union, but also NATO. Azerbaijan, Georgia, and especially Ukraine also found themselves under the influence and almost total control of the United States, the European Union, and NATO. But Russia, which initially aspired to join the European Union and even NATO, in the this century gradually began to acquire and show signs of certain independence, primarily in foreign policy, but also partly in domestic policy, including in the economy. Thus, Russia has become a definite and increasing problem for solving this first task of capitalist center. In addition, objectively, it was Russia, by its cooperation with the remaining socialist countries, primarily with China and with such countries in Latin America as Venezuela, Bolivia, and Ecuador, as well as with a number of other countries, primarily with India, that significantly complicated the solution of a second task, that is the destruction of these socialist countries and their subsequent assimilation. Therefore, both tasks could be solved by the capitalist center only in the event of the destruction and the subsequent assimilation of Russia. Thus, the primary and urgent target, in view of a growing general crisis of capitalism that began 5 years ago, and the strengthening of China, as well as, although to a lesser extent, our socialist countries, became the target of the destruction and subsequent assimilation of Russia. Only after the destruction of Russia, the capitalist center could begin to solve the second task, the liquidation of the People's Republic of China and other socialist countries. For a number of reasons, and according to the well-known doctrine of Zbigniew Brzezinski set out in his book, The Great Chessboard, Ukraine was chosen as the main means of solving this problem. Each after the so-called revolution of dignity in Ukraine became an obedient instrument for the consistent implementation of this doctrine by the capitalist center. It was the implementation of this doctrine that led to a situation when the ruling social forces of Russia, which include groups opposing each other for various reasons and interests, were faced with a dilemma, strong dilemma, either actual surrender followed by inevitable destruction and dismemberment of a country, or a proactive set of actions aimed against the implementation of a United States and NATO plan to eliminate Russia. That is why it was necessary to neutralize Ukraine as a means of destruction of Russia by the capitalist center. So, based on a brief analysis of transformation of capitalism at its current state, it can be unequivocally concluded that Russia's special military operation in Ukraine is a response to at least 30 years of permanent, purposeful, and total policy of the capitalist center, the purpose of which was and still is the destruction of Russia as a historical subject and assimilation its resource and economic parts in the form the capitalist center need. The main task of this response is to preserve a country as sanctioned its independence And for this reason, it is not aggression, at least in the classical sense. At the same time, the interests of individual Russian capitalists, so-called oligarchs, are not the main priority and determining ones. The main thing, judging by the action taken, especially in the liberated territories, and according to the statements of a number of experts, as well as of Putin himself, is, I cite, the return of Russia to its ancestral territories, the re-establishment of the Russian Empire under the new name of the Russian Federation, but not the Soviet Union. At the same time, and it is also an absolute fact, that in the liberated territories, Ukrainian citizens and the Russian military administration, with constant significant economic and other support from Russia, are creating jointly a fundamentally new peaceful life. We are restoring social and cultural institutions destroyed by the armed forces of Ukraine, primarily related to healthcare and education, industrial and agricultural facilities, information, energy, and transport infrastructure. There are a number of pacifist statements and demands in the statements of some left-wing parties about the war in Ukraine. Some statements still contain unconditional condemnation of Russian aggression and the demand for immediate withdrawal of Russian troops from the territory of Ukraine. The condemnation suggests that Ukraine is a democratic, independent, and peace-loving state, ignoring the fact that Ukraine has not even have bourgeois rights and freedoms for a long time. Not only leftists, but all opposite parties in general are banned. Ukrainian ruling regime has been waging war against part of its own people in Donbass for 8 years, and the Ukrainian armed forces and nationalist military formations committed and are committing war crimes every day. So, the withdrawal of Russian troops would lead not only to a reprisal against the people of Donbass who did not recognize the fascist coup in Kiev, but also against residents of territories already liberated by Russian troops for their active and passive cooperation with these troops. Moreover, the assumption has now become obvious that in reality, in Ukraine and only there, the capitalist center is waging a so-called hybrid war against Russia, the purpose of which is the destruction of Russia as a state and the subsequent assimilation of all that the capitalist center will get. Then the fate of the peoples of Russia would be much more tragic than the peoples of Yugoslavia, Libya, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Some statements claim that the national liberation of Ukraine is a task that requires not only the fight against Putin army, but also the termination of the Zelensky government acting as a direct agent of NATO. But the fight against Putin's army means actually participating in the war together with Zelensky army, or as a part of it, which destroys the civilian population not only of Donbass, but already also of Kherson, Zaporozhye, and Kharkiv regions, and also carries out terrorist attacks against persons who are working in the civil military administration of these territories. Thus, this is a direct assistance to Zelensky state terrorism, and it is also assistance to the creeping fascization of Europe, of the United States, and ultimately the whole world. Several statements have an appeal. I cite, the left should call for fighting the war and against the governments leading it through the international unity of workers, primarily Ukraine and Russia, by the fall of their respective governments and the establishment of governments of the workers. However, the left in Russia and especially in Ukraine are scattered, weak, almost unrelated to the workers, and therefore cannot achieve the overthrow of the bourgeois government. Take power and hold it, especially surrounded by the capitalist countries and the absence of sufficiently powerful support of the left and workers in capitalist countries, primarily in the countries of capitalist center, not most likely immediately under any pretext to carry out an aggression against the new socialist state. Besides, the significant part of working people all around is under the strong ideological influence and factually under the control of the bourgeoisie. Finally, in all statements, the thesis is proclaimed as the main one. And Iosif just now give it. But in the current war, the main enemy of every nation is in his own country. However, today the main enemy of all workers is the capitalist center, often in alliance with peripheral capitalism in a particular country. In some countries, of which there may be more and more, the local ruling elite is a partial, temporary, and of course extremely unreliable and dangerous ally of workers. In any case, the participation of workers in the so-called color revolutions, prepared and managed by the capitalist center, can only lead to the same thing that the Maidan led to in Ukraine, that is ultimately to the transformation of the country in a factual semi-colony. What can and should be done? Obviously, the main task of the world revolutionary movement and its paths is to prevent the capitalist center from establishing its hegemony throughout the world and transforming the countries of the capitalist periphery and socialist countries into its factual colonies. Therefore, it is necessary such universal support of Russia now, especially of the working Russian people and their political parties, which will contribute upon the completion of a special military operation to forcing the Russian ruling classes to carry out such transformation in Russia and Ukraine, the result of which will be the creation of prerequisites and conditions for the restoration of Soviet socialism and the Soviet Union. Only in this way the war in Ukraine can and should be completed, not in the interest of national and global capitalists, but in the interest of workers. The left and all progressive forces in the world must put up one slogan and one demand. The imperialists of the United States, the European Union, and their accomplices, hands off of Russia and Ukraine. In the capitalist center, this support should consist in the pressure over all leftists and all progressive forces on national governments and in our actions against the supply of any weapons to Ukraine, providing it with financial and other assistance, as well as against all anti-Russian sanctions, the emergency admission of Sweden and Finland to NATO, for the dissolution of NATO and all our pro-Western military blocs. On the capitalist periphery, this support should obviously be different in those countries that are in a voluntary or involuntary alliance with the capitalist center, and in those that are not part of this alliance. First, it should be the same as in the capitalist center, but also with the requirement for its own government to abandon the alliance with the capitalist center. Secondly, it should consist as an in socialist country too in any possible support of Russia and the liberated territories of Ukraine. Finally, in Russia itself and in the liberated territories of Ukraine, left-wing parties and workers must seek jointly to force the authorities to carry out pre-socialist and socialist transformation as far as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Mikhail. Now, I will tell you about Alexei later when we consult among each other for technical reasons. But for the moment, before the break, our last speaker will be Said Gafurov, who needs no introduction any longer because we have spoken about him. He has spoken to us on behalf of his spouse, his wife. Now, as an independent husband, he will be speaking. And as an independent fighter, he will be speaking in his own name. Yes, Said, you have 15 minutes. Go ahead. Comrade
Chairman, dear comrades, it is a great honor for me to speak on my own behalf. As you said. And I want to make some comments. I mean, it is a little bit difficult. It is a little bit difficult to speak after your wife, because in many things, I mean, at least in my written report, which I've sent to Comrade Chairman, in many ideas that Dasha Comrade Daria meeting spoke about, I touched them as well because it is natural that our position is in many points common. I want to stress some less noticeable details. First of all, if you permit, when I say about the divisive line which appeared within the left, I say it is very simple. There is a great distance between us. We want world without capitalism. They want capitalism without Putin. It is true mainly, of course, for Russia, for Russian left, but it is also true for a lot of things, for a lot of left forces in the West and even sometimes in the East. So it is this thing. I had, by strange occasion, among my students in the university, there is a real new star of new generation, young generation of Russian Trotskyists, the hair of Sergei Biets, if you remember him. And once I spoke, and he likes to, when we have smoke breaks between lectures, to speak to me during smoking cigarettes. And I said, I mean, you are supposed to be Trotskyist. You must have read the transitional program. And he said, of course I read, I made a lot of reports. I said, what is the main idea of transitional program? The very basic thing in it. He said, what? I said, very simple. At any phenomenon in the world, you should look from internationalist position rather than from nationalist perspective, from international perspective. And what is international perspective if you want to fight capitalism? Capitalism nowadays is global. Its heart is in New York. Its brain is in London and city. Its liver is in Frankfurt. It's some other bodies in Tokyo. So if you want to fight capitalism, global capitalism, you should fight against the main enemy. And the main enemy is, of course, bloc NATO, and it's Japanese and Australian, Canadian allies. And now we said we shouldn't speak about NATO, we should also speak about Australia and this New Zealand new bloc, which is a parallel to North Atlantic bloc. And that is a very important thing, and that is the key thing. When we speak about imperialism, all these discussions on if there is Russian imperialism, no, we, in a strange way, forget the very basic things, which is that imperialism is a political economy category. When Guilferdin, Lenin, Bukhari, and Rosa Luxemburg discussed imperialism, they stressed the political economy essence of it. Most notable, not exclusive, but most famous thing is financial capital. Collision of, putting together industrial capital and banking capital and creation financial capital. And that is the thing which we should put on the basis on all our discussions. Of course, we need a long conference to discuss the thing, because Russian imperialism is a very complicated thing. Putin first destroyed the Russian financial capital, all these banks that privatized the industrial companies. And later on, he made some attempts to create Sberbank, industrial empire, or something like this. But at least it is the question of Russian imperialism is a question of studying very carefully in details Russian political economy in reality. That is not that simple that, like Osip Grigorich Abramson says, Russian imperialism is a given fact. It is not a given fact. It is a question. It is an issue to discuss for many Marxist long conferences. You cannot avoid it. Then I would like to speak that basic idea which I prepared is that this special military operation or war is not an independent phenomenon, but a continuation, a new phase of the class civil war since 2014. Just a new ally has appeared among the people's militias of republics of Donbass, as well as new allies. NATO mercenaries appeared on the other side, on the side of the Kiev putschists. And I would like to remind you, which I already said, that the main casualties and hardship of the war fall not on the Russian working class, but on the working class of Donbass, not Russia. The war is openly of a class character. I mean, that's what I said already. The metal workers and miners of Donbass are fighting against the lumpenized mercenaries. But I would once again want you to remind you, I think that the system-forming feature of fascism is, after all, the direct, violent dictatorship of the financial oligarchy. And it is not by chance that Kiev putschists banned now all the Ukrainian socialist left and now even liberal political parties, everybody. Not to mention the communists whom they banned in 2015, they now banned all the parties, like according to Hitler pattern. First, they banned communists, then social democrats, then progressive socialists and all this that went with them. And in the end, they ended with the liberals who were originally part of Hitler's government. Von Papen and von Neymer were members of conservative parties, and they were in the coalition Hitler government. And that is the very important thing which we shouldn't forget. So in the modern Ukraine, you know, just for simply singing the International publicly, you are punished by imprisonment from a term of 5 to 10 years. Imagine you go outside and think, well, it is from 5 to 10 years of imprisonment with confiscation of property, or without, if you a worker thinks, well, there is nothing to confiscate from him. 5 to 10 years, when they say there is no difference between Russia, when Osip says Russia is the most reactionary regime now, after Assange, after Paletskis, after many people imprisoned for Ukraine. And in the Ukraine, our comrades, the chairman and the leaders of the Ukrainian Komsomol, Misha and Sasha Kananovich, are imprisoned and are tortured. And there is a big problem because the lawyer says, I mean, we have discussion with the lawyer, they're arrested, they're in prison and they're tortured. Well, you can see on their faces and how they appear in the cameras, but at least they're alive. When they showed the video with them, for the security of service of the Ukraine, we said, well, thanks to the gods, they are alive. Because, I mean, really everybody was afraid they were already killed. That just because for the communists. I mean, I shouldn't remind you the tragedy of Odessa, and you shouldn't forget that the tragedy of Odessa appeared after they proclaimed the Odessa Popular Republic on the model of them. And you should not forget also that the tragedy happened on the House of Trade Unions on the 2nd of May, but on the 4th of May, the working class of Odessa, the Ukrainian city, liberated their leaders from police stations. They attacked them and they continued their struggle. And of course, it was betrayal of Putin. Putin pressed economic. You know, from the Russian left, you often hear, well, there is no socialism in Popular Republic of Donbass. Well, that is true. But it is very strange to listen from the people who claim to be Trotskyists with the famous discussion on socialism in one country, which was a great USSR, big country. And later on, it was the socialist system from Berlin and Prague to Peking and Hanoi, and they still denied the possibility of socialism in this region. But now they demand socialism in Donbass, in even part of Donetsk region and part of Lugansk, and they claim to be Trotskyists. I mean, for me, it is. I mean, it's nothing to say that I'm shocked by this. Of course, I mean, well, there is a fundamental asymmetric situation. You know, thousands of the Ukrainian Nazis are marching in columns in a Hitler pattern again, scouting, we will hang all the Russian speaking on gilakas, which is branch of trees, on trees, and we'll and we will put all the communists on our daggers. Thousands of the columns, and they're encouraged. They're showed by the Ukrainian TV, by the regime of Putin by what remained of the public money. I mean, you cannot imagine that anyway. Well, so the world, with the exception of Croatia, well, they have Serbov na verbu. We will hang all the Serbs on the verba is a special. I mean, that is reality. That is what their thousands of people. The most fantastic thing when, you know, there is military censorship in the Ukrainian TV and Russian as well. And so they rehabilitate Adolf Eichmann. Do you remember the organizer of the final solution of Jewish question, who was hanged in Tel Aviv in the 60s, who was kidnapped in Argentina? They rehabilitated. The TV star, Ukrainian Sharaf Mal, spoke. He said, we will do with Russian children what Eichmann did with, he didn't say with Jewish children, but what Eichmann did. And he quoted, make a long quotation of Eichmann. I mean, I never read Eichmann actually, but well, from that I knew. I mean, that is reality. You shouldn't think that the Ukrainian ruling classes, these comprador oligarchy or the Western, they love Hitler. No, they follow Hitler's pattern because very pragmatic things, because it worked. They learned from experience that if you ban first communists, then you can easily ban socialists, and then you can easily ban liberals. It's work. That is such a feature of the NATO planners of special operation of foreign policies. They believe that if you succeeded once in one country with something, with a model of coup, like Hitler succeeded in Germany in 1933, you should repeat it. That is, I don't know, that's how their mentality works. It's understandable, but visually. And that is why I want to say that the global task of European and American capital is not to stop Putin. Not at all, they are realists. The main goal is to make the final blow on the society of common welfare. It doesn't exist anymore. They used this Putin war as a model to put a final end of common welfare. No more in Europe. You know it much better than I. Common welfare is a myth anymore. I mean, it's something which doesn't exist. I don't remember even when I heard the last time from officials the word of common welfare. It doesn't exist. You cannot hear it anymore. It is the final end, and they use this opportunity because they think that the main feature of Putin personality is that he always tends to pay the debts. And they want to make a deal. They will give the Ukraine to Putin, and Putin will accept all the Ukrainian debts and will pay it for long years. You know, I was very much against it. Putin paid all the Russian debts, including the debts of Soviet Union and including the debts of Tsarist Russia, which Trotsky, you know, many times refused to pay and said, we promises that we will not. Putin did pay the debts to Entente, debts of the First World War. And they're sure that Putin will pay the debts of Ukraine because it is the principle of compensation. And that is how I do. So the goal of European and American, but mainly European masters of life is not to stop Putin, but to put the end of the trade unions, of the common welfare. Somebody must eat less. Somebody must eat proteins made from insects. Somebody must take a shower once a week, as the German minister says, and that is enough. And this must be the dispossessed Europeans. They are sure that they've succeeded in smashing the trade unionists, the left movement, the communist movement, Trotskyist movement in Europe, and nobody would resist it. Nobody is a danger for the ruling classes.
Tavarish, would you please wind up? Would you please wind up, I said. Sum up. Your time is up almost.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, that's all what I had to say. I have nothing actually to add to my wife. That is in my life, not in political sense.
All right.
But in normal sense, she has the final word. And I use this thing. And the final thing, which I really want to say, that I said that it is not Putin's war. It is our war, the war of the working class. I had a big quotation of Trotsky, but I will not give it to you because you know it better than me. But what I want to summarize is that we should remain proper Marxist historical optimism. And we should remember that history is not over yet, no matter what the various Fukuyamas say to us because of their service of the global capitalism. And Marxism has not yet said its last word. And this historical optimism is based on heroic struggle of the Donbas working class, who may become a prelude to the new ways of the global permanent revolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Said, for a very lively speech. Thank you. This blew a new wind into us. Now we are going to have a break because everyone must be very tired. We will continue with very important contributions from Belarus first, and then from what is usually known as Central and Eastern Europe, that is to say from Hungary, from Poland, 2 speakers from Hungary, 1 from Poland, 2 from Bulgaria, but the same presentation. And then we go to the Turkic world of the former Soviet Union, Uzbekistan, and Azerbaijan. First of all, I must make an observation, and I think you would concur with me about the importance of this observation. We started at 2 o'clock and we finished almost at 5 o'clock, this first part of session 1. And there is general agreement, I think even scientific findings, that online meetings are very tiring for all generations. They're even exhausting. And so, for instance, when conference interpreters work online, their span of time for working efficiently is much, much shorter than, say, in booths in conference halls. So this is very common knowledge. So I would like to observe that almost everyone who came from the beginning remained to the end of a session that lasted, a half session that lasted 3 hours. And this shows how important this kind of meeting, this kind of conference is on a burning issue that concerns the future of our world, on the basis of a war prepared by imperialism that threatens a 3rd world war. And, you know, it's the question of life on Earth, on the planet, that is really being challenged. Now, in starting, I would like to make a remark about a special issue, and that is, I have a document here in my hand sent to our conference, to all the participants, by I'll first say the French name, the Campagne Unitaire pour la Libération de Georges Ibrahim Abdallah, the Unitary Campaign, or the Unified Campaign for the release, for the liberation of George Ibrahim Abdallah, who is a revolutionary fighter against Zionism and imperialism, who has given his whole life to the defense of the Palestinian cause, and who has been in French prisons for the last 38 years. He was first put in prison in France in 1984 and convicted only to 4 years, but then a special tribunal accused him and indicted him and then convicted him to life imprisonment because of presumed, supposed assassination of an Israeli agent and an American agent. However, the French judiciary system, please mark this, the French judiciary system decided in 2003 that he could be let go, that he could be released. But upon the intervention of US authorities, the French Minister of Justice decided that he could not go. Several years later, sometime later, the Lebanese state came in because George Abdallah is a citizen of Lebanon. The Lebanese government came in and said he could be sent to Lebanon as soon as he was released, so that France could get rid of him. And this was also agreed by the French judiciary upon condition that the Minister of Interior, this time not the Justice Minister, but the Minister of Interior, signed this, countersigns it. And they did not. So on the basis of executive decisions, which are given under the influence of the US imperialist authorities, George Abdallah has remained in prison for the last 19 years without any basis at all, any basis in law, in even bourgeois imperialist law at all. The campaign, sends its greetings to us in a 2-page document. I asked them for 2 short paragraphs. They sent us a 2-page document, which we will put on RedMed. And I heartily encourage everyone here to please read the entire document to see how a revolutionary fighter is being tortured and kept in prison almost his whole life. And they ask us to create new groups for solidarity with George Abdallah in every country. They say he is of our fight and we are of his combat. Liberation for George Abdallah. Resistance is a right. Palestine will live. Palestine will win. Tomorrow, there is a platform in Turkey, which is called the Friends of Palestine Against Imperialism and Zionism. They will be talking about these issues again. Now, I turn to Vadim Vinik, who is from Belarus. He is, as far as I know, from the Marxist circle based in Minsk, and he will be talking to us about the point of view from the Belarus Marxists. Yes, Vadim, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. Hopefully you hear me well, right? Excellent. First, let me introduce myself and say a few words about me. I was born and spent 35 years of my life in Ukraine, but after 2013, very soon I decided to move abroad. And after spending 2 years in England, now I settled in Belarus. Thus, I saw the process from inside, from outside. In 2020, there was a very similar attempt made in Belarus that was almost a copy of Ukraine 2014. And I saw a very broad spectrum of opinions, even inside the left wing. For example, some of people seem to believe that Belarus is a kind of a remainder of the Soviet Union. That is not completely true, but it is not completely false as well. Some other people insist on the opposite side, for example, that both Russia and Belarus are purely capitalist countries and thus none should support them in anything. That is also does not seem to be true. Thus, as you said, online conferences are very exhausting. I'm going to be very short. It is easy because comrades described most of aspects, and I only need to add a very few words, something in addition. First, we all are talking to other people outside the Marxist movement, and we need to convince them somehow. You see, even here inside our conference, there are different opinions we need to discuss, to put arguments and to convince, and it is much more difficult when we are talking to people who are not Marxist. I noticed that many opponents behave arrogant and ignorant. When trying to explain my vision of situation to them, I see that some of them, or even most of them, totally refuse to understand this point of view. Many opponents refuse to accept the existence of another point of view. For them, there are two opinions, their own and false. And for example, they start deleting my comments, banning me from their social networks, or they put offensive comments on what I'm saying. It happened often that I wrote facts without any emotions, pure facts, photographs and references to newspapers, but got only offensive comments and bans. Thus, when we are talking to other people, we need to take this into account. People do not want to hear us. Then, many opponents apply totally different standards to different sides. For example, they really believe that splitting Yugoslavia into separate republics was a right thing. It was a right of nations. But when, or for example, splitting Kosovo from Serbia is declared a right of nation. But when peoples on Donbass and Lugansk region try to do the same thing, or when Crimea tries to separate from Ukraine, it is declared something completely different. But we see this process as very similar. They seem not to see the obvious. Another strange effect we need to take into account. The same about bombing Serbia, Libya, Syria. It is somehow declared okay, but how do the opponents distinguish between two sides? Then, many opponents are using arguments that seem totally meaningless to us, but somehow they really believe these arguments were strong. For example, when I'm trying to tell them about Nazism and fascism in Ukraine, they answer, it's impossible because the president of Ukraine is a Jew. How can he be a fascist? Well, you all understand that fascism is totally not about ethnicity. It's about the financial capital. But the opponents did not read that famous definition by Dimitrov, and we actually do not understand each other. We use the same words, but the opponents understand these words in a totally different manner. Thus, when talking to other people, we should think, how are they thinking? We can understand them. They do not want to do the opposite. Then we and the opponents are thinking in totally different paradigms. What makes sense to us sounds stupid or nonsense for them. Moreover, I did not mention direct lies. For example, a German TV, Tagesschau, said that it was Russia who bombed Donetsk. It's totally wrong, you know. So this is a complicated question. How to break the barrier between our understanding and the wide audience? I'm not going to give a complete answer, it's impossible, but a small piece of answer. Maybe it makes sense to create hundreds or thousands of very small pieces, each describing a tiny aspect of the problem. These pieces could be pictures, memes, short videos, very short, 1 or 2 minutes, and each devoted to one particular piece of the puzzle. Most of our opponents do not want to think about complicated and long texts. If they see they disagree, they would throw the whole text away. So if you spend nights, 10 nights writing a big article, you wasted your time. Nobody will read it. Write 100 small articles. That will be more successful when talking to the opponents. Keep long articles for comrades. Then, another complicated question is about discussions inside the left movement, and some of these discussions happened even today. Many people believe that since Russia is a capitalist country, and it really is, and since big capitalists have their own interests, so these comrades think that lefts must never support it. However, these people forget that there are an ordinary capitalism and a capitalism that has reached its ultimate and most dangerous form, namely a fascism. Remember the Second World War. Even the most capitalist countries, I mean, United States and Britain, joined the struggle against fascism. That was the right thing. Sometimes interests of the big capital can, for short periods of time, coincide with interests of working people. For example, in this particular situation, Russian big capitalists are trying to get more markets and to eradicate competitors. But at the same time, millions of working people in Ukraine can get liberated from the fascist terrorist dictatorship. It's, in my opinion, quite a right thing to support this effort. And one more aspect that is very obvious from inside Belarus, and I see that some colleagues, some comrades from the left movement have a different understanding. Many people are talking about destruction of the nationalist regime in Kiev. I would add a few words. It is also about destruction and dismounting of the entire system existing in the world for the past 2 or 3 decades. There were hundreds of acute problems and contradictions in the world. For example, United States dollars are just pieces of paper, but they're still used as the world reserve currency. It's not normal. Then most of money is involved not into production of goods, but into swaps, derivatives, stock exchange, etc. It means a system of ephemeral imaginary wealth, an upside-down pyramid with a heavy top and a very thin bottom basis. It's not stable. Developed capitalist countries were able to keep high standards of life for most of their people while they were exploiting the rests of the Soviet Union. But it is over, and millions of people in the United States are getting into poverty. Highly qualified workers and engineers are being replaced by cheap workers in poor countries. It's another contradiction, and I can continue this list for hours. I'm not going to waste your time. You see that A contradiction, by the way, apparent between an apparently democratic political system and actual capitalists' need to hold and control entire nations. Summary. The conflict is not about Ukraine itself. The crisis is global. Imagine that there were no Maidan in 2013. Would this mean a peaceful and nice life worldwide? Of course not. The world crisis would find another weak point in the world and explode there. Thus, many opponents claim or even sincerely think that there is a conflict between two nations or simply an evil decision of one particular person. No, the crisis was brewing for at least 20 years, actually more than 20, and turning it into a hot conflict was natural and predetermined. And only one last phrase. What I described now is my personal point of view. Now, I'm not a representative of a group. Yes, I am a member of the group, I contact it, but the group as a whole did not instruct me to express the joint view. I'm speaking from myself. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you. It's good to listen to a Belarus Marxist whom we don't listen to very often. So you're Ukrainian, in fact, but of origin, I mean. So this is an interesting combination. Now we go over from the Soviet Union to from the former Soviet Union to Central and Eastern Europe and to the Turkic world later. We have comrades here who have lived under the system that was called socialist, a system that had done away with capitalism but developed in its own contradictions and finally collapsed. These are very experienced comrades from the point of view of the different aspects, facets of those societies as well as the Soviet Union. So we will have very interesting interventions, I presume. The first speaker within this category is Tamás Kraus from Germany, a very well-noted Marxist.
From Hungary.
From Hungary.
Sorry, what did I say?
From Germany.
You said Germany.
I'm sorry, Tamás. What
this
is
this? Very bad, yeah.
Very bad. Why did I make that lapsus?
No, I'm joking.
No, this, of course, Hungary. I you know, everyone started to move, and I didn't even realize that I said Germany. I'm sorry, very sorry. Probably because Kraus might sound like that. That's all. Anyway. So I'm sorry about this. From Hungary, and he's a member of the editorial board of the very important journal Esmelet, which is a Marxist journal, probably the only one from Eastern Europe or Central Europe these times. And so I give the floor over to Tamás, the Hungarian.
Thank you for the invitation, dear comrades. I will speak only about one aspect of this war, of this conflict, of this problem. Mainly, I agree with analysis of Daria Mikina. So I won't repeat it about this proxy war, that this is Russia and West, and the character of this war is I think that this is clear. I would like to speak about a very special European phenomenon, a unification of liberalism and far right, unification of liberalism and neo-Nazism. This is not a new phenomenon, of course, but very important phenomenon. We have to speak about that, especially this is a very important aspect of this whole process, you see, very important. We remember that millions of young people believed in the possibility of a European catching up, exactly as in 1989, masses of people had upheld this belief also elsewhere in the Eastern European region. The illusions which seem to be attainable in a given moment have always played an important role in history, and they prove to be fundamental with respect to the Western third in Ukraine. Catching up was the magic word. We justified everything. The pro-Western circle, which identified itself with the nation, received significant foreign support, while it found the far right, which had Nazi roots, as an ally. This phenomenon as an organized national level ideological and political formation first appeared at Maidan in its whole armor. I would like to mention in this regard that at a global level, and in particular in Eastern Europe, the artificially triggered, almost racist Russophobia of Western origin, which has reached a peak thanks to the war, is not only a colonial racist ideology. This situation is worse than this. This Russophobia, which penetrates everything with its attacks at Tchaikovsky, Tolstoy, Pushkin, and Mayakovsky, is a global justification of the creation of the US hegemony at every price. Ultimately, even at the risk of a new world war. Even the Russophobia, which has been heated by CNN, is only an applied means and not a conscious racist warmongering as the Nazi racism was. The US only seeks to weaken the prestige and authority of its global rival, for which the contemporary war has offered the appropriate moment. I repeat that the sanctions policy is likewise not the invention of crazy minds, but it is the means for the rearrangement and the new rules for the world economy, the international financial system, and its security system to which Russia and China should adopt. The direct stake in the commercial market sense is not only that the US would like to occupy Russia's place in the European energy market and the global military production and commercial market, but the EU outright becomes the subordinated part of the American economic, political, and military Lebensraum in an economic, political, and military sense. The consequence is that the energy sector and the sectors which are making huge profits from the military production will flourish, while large parts of the population will become the victims of inflation, unemployment, and impoverishment. At the same time, Russia can turn towards the Asian economic and political processes and cooperation among the nation states. Thereby, the US will get an upper hand in the extension of the economic war against China. At the same time, we have to indicate that serious economic analysis have already shown that the sanctions policy, the economic blockade of Russia, only has losers. Even if it is still possible to avoid the hot extension of the emerging Third World War and restore the period of the Cold War, we cannot return to the old world order. The brutality of the war can also be explained through the fact through the fact that the winner can declare it has succeeded in keeping its position within the world system under the conditions of global geopolitical conflict. Thus, from the perspective of the US, and the real stake of today's war is the weakening and bleeding out of Russia so that afterwards it can turn against China. The US can again represent itself as the liberator of the world, while it triggers and escalates the war and fights against Russia until the last Ukrainian. Finally, 2 words about the character of the Ukrainian state. Ukrainian state today, we have to exactly analyze and to speak about that this state is a pro-Nazi regime. We have to speak about that. Young man from Belarus underlined exactly, he was right, that this thesis amongst Hungarian, even some leftists, even in England or in Germany, this thesis is absurd for them. They do not understand it. They deny even the fascist organizations in Ukraine, that this is a leftist misunderstanding. Even amongst my leftist friends in England or in US or in anywhere else, deny this character of this state. Finally, I will stress once more that the left should demand everywhere instant peace negotiations, ceasefire, and the stopping of further military supplies, while we should mobilize all strength to save the victims of the war, the everyday working people. We should also call the attention to the fact that both the Russian and the Ukrainian sides should fight against their own regimes, first and foremost against their own far right. If we do not think that the anti-capitalist left should support NATO or the local nationalisms, one thing is sure, that solidarity with the working classes is more important today than any time before, be it in the Eastern Ukrainian republics, Russia, or first and foremost Ukraine. All this requires a concrete political analysis and solutions, but I do not see positive solutions on the basis of a capitalist logic. Therefore, in the long, but also in the short run, I do not see any other humanist hope for humankind than the new socialism, which entails the ideas of socialist self-defense and self-governance. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Thomas Kraus. This was a very seminal talk, especially the relationship between liberalism and neo-Nazism, of course, is an important idea.
Please include in the document. Sugar, please.
Okay, of course, of course.
I won't be tomorrow, that's why I underline.
All right.
Thank you.
We thank you for the idea. Now we pass on to a second speaker from Hungary. Again, an important speaker, Anna Maria Artner, from, as far as I know, the Institute of World Economics in Hungary, Budapest. And she will be taking the floor now. Yes, Anna Maria, this is your turn. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The title of my, do you hear me correctly?
Very much so. Very good.
Thank you.
Very good.
So I start my stopper. Okay, so the title of my presentation is Fighting Imperialism in Ukraine. Well, as we see here also at this event, there are many people also in the left that think that the right attitude is not to choose sides in connection with Ukrainian situation because Russia is equally imperialist state as that is the United States and Western Europe. This opinion assumes that Russia is an imperialist power which wants to enlarge its field of influence, acquire lands and natural resources. This opinion is based on the left, at least on Lenin's definition of imperialism, and on the presumption that every capitalist country and every military step against a foreign country is imperialist in nature. I think, however, that these assumptions are wrong because they are mechanical and ahistorical. A careful analysis shows that first, imperialism has changed its form since Lenin's time. Second, Russia is a periphery and far from not an imperialist country. And third, prevention is the optimal treatment of all illness, including threatening societal developments like preparation for war against minorities and the rise of fascism. And fourth, Russia's war in Ukraine is an anti-imperialist war and as such opens the way to socialism. I detail these statements below. The present form of imperialism. As I said, Lenin defined imperialism as monopoly capitalism, as you know, showing that it was more than 100 years ago. Since then, imperialism has evolved, become globally concentrated and organized, and has taken the form of what I call a unipolar hegemonic transnational monopoly capitalism. It happened after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this imperialism is led by the United States. Samir Amin called this new kind of imperialism a collective imperialism of the triad, the United States, European Union, and Japan. Furthermore, this imperialism is the final form of capitalism. There is no higher stage for capitalism after or above the present worldwide freedom of accumulation, extreme concentration and centralization of capital, and the strong capitalist states of the center that uses all their power, including violence, to spread and maintain the anti-people neoliberal policies all around the world. This also means that capitalism has entered its declining phase, the age of senility. This is the words of Samir Amin. As all declining power dies, this imperialism wages a life and death war for its survival, and such a desperate war of a declining ruling class or classes has always been very, very, very awful. As a sign of the decay, after the 2008 crisis, the number of armed conflicts with international involvement has been increasing. These have been conflicts between the imperialist central and those semi-periphery states that seek for some kind of independence and national security against this center. So my first conclusion here is that any struggle against the center of global capitalism can only be a fight of the periphery or semi-periphery against the center of the world order, and as such, this kind of fight is an anti-imperialist in nature. The second question is if Russia is an imperialist state. The GDP of Russia is about 2.5% of the world's GDP. The country has been linked to the capitalist market in a position of a typical periphery country. It has exported natural resources and imported manufactured goods. Played host to substantial foreign capital investments, financed the West with the artificial devaluation of the ruble and the billions of dollars of capital outflow, particularly since 2008. Russia has been strong in international context only militarily, which it hasn't used to expand its territory. Due to the forced linking, this is again the expression of Samir Amin, from the imperialist center that the sanctions imposed by the West result that Russia gets the possibility to develop an economy that serves the interests of its people and is dependent from the needs of the West. Well, the third question is the prevention. The security problems of Russia but Ukraine has been justified, as it was explained by other contributors. We know for a long time the goal of the West was to wreck Russia, and NATO has systematically spread eastwards in Europe and so on and so on. Don't want to detail it because you are familiar with this. You also know about the development of the Nazi nature of Ukrainian regime after 2014, and so on and so on. So all in all, the diplomatic solution hasn't worked for Russia to stop these developments. The US and NATO have rejected to provide written security guarantees to Russia. So based on these facts, Russia had three options vis-a-vis Ukraine. Option number one, to do nothing, give up sovereignty, and allow NATO to encircle Russia. This means Russia gives up sovereignty and integrates in the system of global capital as a typical natural resource exporting periphery subjugated to the interests of the imperialist core. In this case, imperialism won't be stopped, and the next target would be China, as Tamás Kraus mentioned it. Option number two, to do nothing and trust in the benevolence of the US and in the possibility for preserving the sovereignty. This is, in other words, postponing the clash with the US-led imperialism. In this scenario, Russia allows NATO to continue encircling Russia and before the final defeat, wages a war with the Atlantic powers. Option number three, before Ukraine becomes a de jure member of NATO, Russia pushes out the Western influence from Ukraine with the only means that Russia has, because it has no soft power as the United States. So the only means that Russia has military enforcement. By doing so, it can prevent, at least for a good while, the first two options, fall of the Russian state and the nuclear war. So my conclusion here, in line with many other presenters, for example, Mikhail Konashev's opinion, that Russia's attack is a logical response to the imperialist strategy of NATO. I put even more clearly that there was no alternative to this military operation, and this is an anti-imperialist war waged by a militarily strong but otherwise weak semi-periphery country against the US-led imperialism. Once again in the history, Russia undertakes the task and burden of halting imperialism and fascism. The fourth question, anti-imperialism and anti-capitalism. According to Marx, the basic contradiction of capitalism is the contradiction between the socialized production and the private expropriation. However, in the transnational monopoly capitalism, the basic contradiction appears as a contradiction between the globalized form of production and the national form of expropriation. There are exploiting nations and exploited nations. This means that the basic class contradiction has lifted to international global level and can only be based there. The international dimension of the class struggle is not totally new, but it has become decisive in our age because a victory over imperialism is a precondition for waging class wars on a national level in the countries of the periphery. So my conclusion here is that in the age of imperialism, the national class struggle cannot be waged without a successful anti-imperialist struggle between nations. Anti-capitalism begins with anti-imperialism. And to sum it up, my conclusion, the role of Ukrainian crisis is the change of the world system.
Yeah.
We have entered the age of the fall of imperialism. We knew that it would come, and none hoped that it would go without violence, as violent systems never disappear peacefully. Now we see the first military aggression abroad that aims at pushing imperialism back. Russia's decision to do a preventive attack for the demilitarization and the denazification of Ukraine has been rational. The reaction of the West has been the worst, first of all, from its own point of view. The several sanctions imposed by the imperialists has forced Russia to depart from the West and build an independent economy together with other countries of the periphery. Russia has already started intensifying its economic, technological, political connections with the global South. So we are witnessing a forced delinking in more and more countries of the global South. If Samir Amin lived, he would be happy to see what he had urged. He said that the linking is a precondition of an independent development of the periphery, and as such, it is a precondition for a socialist turn. Now we see that the delinking of the periphery from the collective imperialism has started, and we can hope that this opens the way to socialism. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Maria Artner, for a very well-organized and succinct speech. We will now progress to other countries of Central and Eastern Europe. This time, this is a longtime comrade, Eva Grosevska, who was our hostess in the Social Forum of Eastern Europe in Wrocław back in, I think, 2013, if I'm not mistaken, or 2015 perhaps. My memory fails me. We will now listen to Eva. The floor is yours, Eva.
Thank you very much. I'm really very happy to take part in this very important event. This conference is very needed, I think, at that time. And I am happy that I can listen to alternative narration than I used to, because I'm forced to listen to. I'm not forced to listen to Polish media, but I have no alternative. All alternative media are closed now in Poland. Media and websites which established another alternative point of view to this official one. And I want to thank you, Comrade Shungur and Comrade Savas, for inviting me for this conference. I have learned a lot from other speakers. I will present just a very short point of view from Poland, giving some details related with the atmosphere here. I want to start with the conclusion that when I organized anti-war demonstrations against the war in Iraq, I would have never even thought that almost 20 years later, I would feel so uncomfortable being on the same position, which is anti-war position. And really many people here who want to speak in public and social media about the NATO involvement since 2014 in this conflict between Russia and Ukraine. They are just scared, and people are also scared even to say that they can see that arms industry profits from this war. Today, even anti-war activists which oppose the war against Iraq, now they support the supply the weapon to Ukraine. And it is very strange for people who I have known since many years. Today, being against the war, it is considered as an act of surrender, of the act of capitulation to Russia. And moreover, you can be considered as the enemy of your motherland, Poland, or you can be considered as Russian spy. In Poland, there has been a kind of pro-war hysteria and moral terror against anyone who talks about the need of the de-escalation, or to anyone who speaks about necessity of peace negotiations. When in the very Catholic country, which Poland is, when Pope Francois spoke about NATO barking at the gates of Russia, all influent environments, including the Catholic Church, expressed their indignation, saying loudly that the West and the NATO share responsibility for this war. You risk losing friends, and you also may have problem at work. And I know some academics who have experienced this. The current doctrine is that Russia wants to invade half of the Europe, and that it wants to reconstruct Soviet Union, and that Putin is a second Hitler, so we must support the fight in Ukraine to the last Ukrainian. Polish government supplies each kind of weapon to Ukraine and declares also military aid, including the presence of soldiers. And there is no any opposition to this position in the parliament. Even the so-called parliamentary left has extremely militaristic position. Only a part of non-parliamentary left wing and some journalists indicate that such declarations of Polish government are dangerous for the world peace and also for lives of Poles. Because Russian nuclear warheads are aimed to Poland. But the military outrage of most Poles makes impossible rational thinking at the moment. During the second negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, Polish government traveled to Kiev with a proposal for NATO peaceful intervention. But fortunately, USA has cut itself from this proposal because it could have been a catastrophe if they agreed with Polish politicians. The Polish government is also not afraid of diplomatic provocations. On Victory Day on May 9th, when the Russian ambassador was laying flowers at the graves of Soviet soldiers, he was attacked. By Ukrainian activists. She's well-known journalists collaborating with foreign Western foundations. But police didn't react at all. And all politicians commenting this event were very, very glad from the right to the left wing. But on that day, even ordinary people who wanted to lay flowers at the graves of Soviet soldiers were attacked by so-called Ukrainian activists, as they said on TV. And as the result is that now many people in Poland started having negative attitude to Ukrainian refugees, because at the beginning, when this war started, many people helped these Ukrainian refugees as victims of the war. Now the atmosphere, the climate is changing, and some people in Poland, some journalists also say that many people who came here, who crossed the border, are not refugees indeed, and that they are kind of businessmen and they are privileged here and they receive some benefits, but it's difficult for me to comment on these opinions because I don't have enough information, and I don't have adequate knowledge to say if it is proper or not. So I just want to say that some tensions between Polish people and Ukrainian refugees has started, and it is also a bit dangerous situation. Now the Polish government, which is in a bad relations with European Union, declares, let's say, moderate enthusiasm to Johnson Initiative. Johnson Initiative is to create the union composed of Ukraine, Poland, Baltic republics, and England. But no one knows if we should treat it, this initiative, this declaration, if we should treat it seriously, and no one knows also what Polish government is going to do, because I think that they always do what United States order them, especially in the relation of this war. And replying for the question what to do, I want to say that in my opinion, the one solution is to build the international peace movement, anti-war movement. But as for Poland, now it's, in my opinion, it's very difficult because people are really brainwashed and the propaganda is very huge on media. There is no alternative narration. Even when Denisova was dismissed, Polish media, Polish television didn't say any comment about this. There was only one article on one liberal website, and it was published only during one day, and afterwards it was cancelled. So Polish people really believe in one side propaganda, and they are really convinced that the only one side which is guilty of this war and which is really the eternal evil is Russia. And it is very, very difficult to build any alternative discourse. Some people try to do it on social media, for example, and some people also try to organize the demonstration against supply the weapon, but they have problems now. They are repressed. So situation is really very, very difficult here. But as I know, in other countries, even European countries, it's not so risky to speak as we in general used to do. So I hope that there will be some spark of new initiative of international anti-war movement from abroad, and maybe it comes to Poland. I'm pessimistic, but I have to be realistic also. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you, Eva. I would say this was a very much a speech from the heart. You see, in between Eva on the one hand and Daniela and Ilian on the other, our next speakers from Bulgaria, let me say a few words. These people were the victims of what Tomasz called the catching up syndrome, you know. This was, Eva, when we met her, Savas and myself, when we met her, she was part of a group and working with the movement and, organizing important things in Poland, etc. But over time, she was left alone. This is not because Eva is a sectarian, not at all. Those people probably think that way, but it was they who moved somewhere else, and Eva remained on her own. This is, I think, a big tragedy of countries like Poland and Bulgaria, and probably Hungary too, where there is, I know, a very much ebullient intellectual Marxist left, but otherwise probably there too. I think Tamas is going to say something, but yeah.
You are right, absolutely. Hungary belongs to this.
So our sympathy goes out to all of you. This is very important. And thank you, Eva. And thank you, Daniela Penkova and Ilian Stanchov, for being with us. Interestingly, I met first Daniela. We met Daniela first before Ilian. This was when Eva hosted us in Poland, in Wrocław, And then we met Ilyan as well, and they both come to Greece and Turkey and occasionally published on both RedMed and the journal Revolutionary Marxism, on whose behalf a comrade of ours will be speaking tomorrow, which is a journal that is published once a year in English, but 4 times in Turkish. They have published they have sent articles to the English version. So they're long-time, colleagues, comrades. We are proud to have them because they are so isolated. Daniela and Ilyan, at a certain point several years ago, tried to start a movement in Bulgaria, a wider movement than their own, specific outlook. But as far as I know, that has been the victim of the same kind of isolation that Eva has experienced. So I now turn the floor over to Daniela and Ilyan. I think it's Daniela who's going to speak. Go ahead, please. This is your time.
Thank you. You're right. Dear comrades, unfortunately, we are forced to discuss an unthinkable event, the beginning of the Third World War. Actually, it is extremely difficult to determine whether it begins this year on February 24 or with the organized Euro coup in Ukraine in 2014, or with the subsequent mobilization of Nazi elements in Ukraine, trained and supported by the United States, or even earlier, in 2007, when NATO announced its intentions for expansion to Ukraine. And the Russian President Vladimir Putin warned he would not allow it. Or in 2004 and 1999, when NATO began its eastward expansion. The Third World War evidently began not with a specific action, but with a specific inaction, the failed dissolution of NATO after the end of the Cold War. The very fact that NATO did not do so meant only one thing, that sooner or later, this shameless organization, self-proclaimed defensive alliance, but always defending only the imperial interests of the United States, would provoke future wars and attack disobedient countries one after another. We have seen this in Yugoslavia, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, and now we are witnessing NATO's war against its former greatest enemy, Russia, with its vast and appetizing resources. It is no secret that the war in Ukraine is NATO's proxy war, in which the weapons and protected interests are American, and the cannon fodder is Ukrainian and Russian working class. The American empire and its poodles from the developed civilized Western nation are trying to hide their role as instigators and main supporters of this senseless war, which has a huge potential to become nuclear. Western media propaganda is relentless and constantly takes its tolls. The lack of political culture among the population make it easy to manipulate and repeat uncritically the proponents of the good West trying to help innocent Ukraine against the evil Putin, who wants to revive the evil Soviet empire. In this sense, Ilyan and I, as representatives of an activist organization whose main activity for more than a decade has been the revitalization of political culture and critical thinking and the dissemination of Marxist ideas, are currently in somewhat despair at the poor results of our enlightenment so far. we realized that the new channels of communication, social networks and internet continue to be too weak in the face of the power of television. After the Euromaidan in Ukraine in 2014, we have translated and spread over 30 movies, reports, and interviews testifying about the atrocities of the Ukrainian Nazis and politicians over the Russian-speaking population in Ukraine, and especially in Donbass. The most popular of these materials has been watched 30,000 times. By comparison, every news program on television managed to pour pro-Western props into the minds of millions of people. The information battle is unequal. Many leftist activists and organizations deceived by Western propaganda also fell victim to this battle here in Bulgaria. However, we, as Marxists, have a duty to speak the truth out loud. If we don't do it, no one else will. This is our responsibility as Marxists. We have a duty to analyze events over and over again, to jealously guard our intellectual honesty, and to continue to defend the fundamental rights of the working class for peace, justice, and equality. In this sense, conferences like this one are a ray of light in the fog of this new imperial capitalist war. We wish pleasant and fruitful works to all involved. We must stop this war, and thank you for your attention. Greetings from Bulgaria. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you, Ilian. Again, wonderful presentation from the heart and the mind, of course, in both cases. Now, comrades, we are passing over to a different geographic region, and I would like to stress something with your permission, and that is sometimes the fact that the Soviet Union was made up of very different peoples from very different historic, cultural, religious, and racial backgrounds, if the word racial means anything in this sense. Ethnic, let's call it. A very big geographic part of this union, this Soyuz, was made up of Turkic peoples and Farsi people who in some cases lived together with the Turkic peoples. Also, of course, other non-Slavic nations such as Armenia, which is very important for us in Turkey as well, and for the Azerbaijan comrades, and Georgia, of course. So leaving aside the Baltic countries of the West who share a common culture, at least, with the Slavic peoples of the Soviet Union. So we should remember this, because reconstructing the Soviet Union as it was, not, I don't mean this in the economic and political sense, or ideological even, I mean on the same geography, of course, hopefully with expansions towards other countries. Building this Soyuz once again will require the participation of these other peoples. And these other peoples have been marked by that experience so much that I am sometimes astounded to find our Turkic brethren, so to speak, but let's include the women and say Turkish brothers and sisters, Turkic brothers and sisters from other nations who lived within the Soviet Union, how their formation has been so different from what exists in Turkey itself, you know, we being of the same family of, you know, tribes and ethnic groups, etc., you know, coming back from history. So we learn so much from them, they possibly might learn some things from us, which we, comes with our different experience. But it is very important to bring them into the picture. This is what I tried to do, for instance, in the study of the October Revolution and the following events on the centenary of the October Revolution in 2017. And this is what I constantly try to bring up to the attention of my Russian and Ukrainian and Belarus comrades as well. Okay, now we turn to interpretation as a function. This is the time, because both our Azerbaijani comrades, and you see here now with the camera open, Ülker Tahirli, a comrade of ours in Azerbaijan, who's going to speak on behalf of the Azerbaijani revolutionary Marxists who are organizing towards becoming a political force in the country. And our comrade from Uzbekistan, when they speak, they will speak Turkish. And therefore, of course, Turkish has its different dialects. And, we in Turkey speak Turkish, and they speak, for instance, Ülker speaks Azerbaijani Turkish. So we have some different dialects. The same goes, in fact, for the Turks of Iran, the Azeris, as we call them here, the Turks of Iran. So, and also, of course, Uzbeks and the Turkmen and Kazakhs, etc., etc. But they speak our dialect, so we're lucky. So I will translate from Turkish into English simultaneously when Ülker speaks and when Ali, our Uzbek comrade, speaks. Now, our technical comrade, Safa, you're there, I hope.
Yes.
Can I first explain to everyone how they are going to listen to the simultaneous translation? As I was saying before Said stepped in and took over after Daria spoke, what happens is this. I will be appointed as an interpreter. Then, after that moment on, you will be seeing a world icon at the bottom. You click on it, and then you see two different alternatives, English and other languages. Now, if you click English, then Ülker will be speaking in Turkish, but you will not be listening to her. Kutlu Dane will be listening to her, so her Turkish will not be lost. But you people who do not speak Turkish will be listening to me, who will be translating Ülker in simultaneous fashion. There is also another button you can click after you've clicked the English button, and that says original audio off, which means you will not hear at all what Ülker's voice. Otherwise, there may be some kind of confusion between the two, because although her voice comes in much in a much lower volume, nonetheless, it's a different language. So I suggest that you click on English and then click on original audio off. I did give you so much detail because we will be doing this later today and tomorrow as well. Later today, I do hope that Osvaldo, our dear friend Osvaldo Cojola from Brazil, will be translating some of the Lusophone and Hispanic speakers, but Jose Capitan, I will be translating because I have a text and I'll go over that. So we'll do it simultaneously, which gives us more time. Okay. Of course we will, but while I'm not here, Kutlu, would you take over? So, Kutlu Dane, from DIP,
of course,
Central Committee, let him take over, for 10 minutes or whatever, I won't come back before I finish Ali's translation, the Uzbek comrade's translation. Okay, the floor is yours when Kutlu gives you the floor exactly, Ülker. Because Ülker sana söylüyorum, Kutlu sana söyleyecek başlamanı.
And we are waiting
now,
for Safa.
Comrade, Comrade Sungur is now in translation mode. So everyone who wants to listen in English should go to the world icon. It's at the bottom of the screen. You should click on the world icon, and then you will see English and other languages. So other languages will be in Turkish. Ülker will be talking in Turkish, and all the rest that doesn't understand Turkish should click on in English, okay? And then you can mute original audio, okay? You see there is also another option there, so you can do that also. Okay, let me switch back to English channel and check with Sungur Comrade. Sungur Comrade, can you hear me? Okay. Yes, I hear you in English channel. So I will check with Comrade Ülker also, and then we can start, okay? Comrade Ülker, can you speak?
Öncelikle herkesi ben ve yoldaşlarım adından selamlıyorum.
Okay. Okay, looks good. Let's go.
O zaman başlayalım. Yoldaş buyur.
Herkesi selamlıyorum ve bu konferansı hem düzenleyenlerin hem de katılanların eline, emeğine sağlık diyorum. Ve yoldaşlarımla birlikte hazırladığımız sunumu şu an onların adından ben okuyacağım. Hepimizin bildiği gibi Ukrayna'daki savaş artık 4. ayını doldurmuş durumda. Bugün Ukrayna'da cereyan eden olayların sebebi Rusya değil, NATO'nun genişleme politikasıdır. Rusya bu savaşta sadece Ukrayna hükümetine karşı değil, aynı zamanda uluslararası emperyalizmin güçlerine ve ideolojik silahlarına karşı da mücadele ediyor. Bu savaş, emperyalizmin askeri aygıtı olan NATO'nun Rusya'yı alt etmek uğruna sürdürdüğü ve insanlığı 3. Dünya Savaşı'nın eşiğine getiren mücadelede yeni bir epizottur. Bunu doğru anlamak gerekir. NATO'nun SSCB dağıldıktan sonra postsovyet ülkelerini etkisi altına alarak ele geçirmek, Rusya ve Çin'e diz çöktürerek kendi mutlak hegemonyasını sağlamak ve kapitalizmin restorasyonunu kendi mantıksal sonucuna vardırmak için mücadele eden bir terör örgütü olması su götürmez bir gerçek. Yugoslavya, Libya, Irak, Sırbistan, Afganistan, Bosna Hersek ve daha birçok coğrafyada akıl almaz insanlık dışı suçlar işleyen bu örgüt, şimdi de elini Ukrayna'ya uzatıyor. Burada amaç Rusya'nın yanı başında nükleer başlıklı füzeler yerleştirmek de dahil olmakla Rusya'ya karşı avantajlı konum elde etmektir. Azerbaycanlı devrimci Marksistler olarak Ukrayna'nın akıbeti bizi de çok derinden endişelendiriyor. Bunun esas nedenlerinden biri, eski Sovyet Cumhuriyetlerinden olan Azerbaycan'ın da Gürcistan, Moldova ve elbette bugünkü felaketlerin yaşandığı Ukrayna ile birlikte NATO'nun genişleme politikasının merkezinde bulunmasıdır. Bu nedenle şimdi Ukrayna'da yaşanan olaylardan dolayı kaygı içerisindeyiz. NATO'nun ve neonasistlerin desteği ile ayakta duran Ukrayna hükümeti ve genel olarak Ukrayna'daki neonasizm fenomeninin aleyhine olan ve onları zayıflatan herhangi bir siyasi olayın uluslararası işçi sınıfının çıkarlarına uygun olduğu kanaatindeyiz. Neonasizmin Ukrayna'da bu denli derinden örgütlenmesi, yalnızca Ukrayna ve diğer eski Sovyet halklarına değil, genel olarak bütün insanlığa karşı büyük bir tehdittir. Azerbaycanlı komünistler ve ilerici işçiler, neonasistlerin Ukrayna'daki halklara karşı işledikleri vahşet dolu cinayetlerden haberdardırlar. Biz ister Ukrayna'da, ister Azerbaycan'da, isterse de dünyanın herhangi bir yerinde NATO'nun ekspansiyonist saldırganlığına karşıyız. Emperyalizmi, Ukrayna hükümetini ve hatta bazen doğrudan neonasistleri bile destekleyen veya bu savaşta pasifist yaklaşımı benimseyen dünya solunun böylesine yanlış politika sürdürmesi, uluslararası emperyalizmin başarılı siyasi ideolojik propagandasının sonucudur. Bu uluslararası sola benzer şekilde Azerbaycan solunun büyük bir kısmı da bahsedilen yanlış politikanın peşinden gidiyor. Lakin Azerbaycanlı gerçek devrimci Marksistler ve ilerici işçiler Ukrayna'da yaşanan olayları tüm halkların menfaati ve devrimci politika açısından doğru anlıyor ve değerlendiriyor. Son olarak bunu da söyleyelim ki Ukrayna ve diğer eski Sovyet halklarına kurtuluşu yalnız sınıf mücadelesi, iç düşmanın, zengin sınıfların ortadan kaldırılması getirecektir. Emperyalizme ve onun savaş aygıtı olan NATO'ya karşı daha güçlü direnmek, düşmanla layıkıyla mücadele etmek için devrim yeniden bu topraklara geri dönecektir. Yalnız sosyalizm ve devrimin gücüyle geçmişte olduğu gibi bir daha emperyalizme ve NATO'ya karşı zafer kazanılacağına inanarak söylüyoruz. NATO, Ukrayna'dan elini çek, kahrolsun emperyalizm ve onun askeri aygıtı. Yaşasın dünya emekçi halklarının emperyalizme karşı mücadelesi.
Thank you very much, comrade. Çok teşekkür ederiz. Ağzına sağlık.
Sağ olun, teşekkür ederim. Umarım anlaşılır olmuştur.
Evet, evet. And now the floor is Comrade Ali Rahimov. Ali, are you with us? Can you hear me?
Evet, buradayım. Merhabalar.
Merhaba Ali. Sıra sende. The floor is yours.
Tamam, bu arada ben metnimi İngilizceye çevirmiştim. İngilizceyi de okuyabilirim.
Comrade Sungur.
Bekleyelim bir. Ben alayım hocayı.
Okay, let's wait for him.
Sungur comrade, would you like to continue translating or what? Okay.
Okay.
O zaman İngilizce
we have the English text. Yes. Please, go on, comrade, please.
Okay. First of all, greetings from Uzbekistan to all comrades. I would like to thank you for inviting me here, and I'm pleased to meet you. We see that imperialism leading by United States took a step into Ukrainian lands this time. They blew red blood in Ukraine as in other countries in recent history. Western countries, especially the USA, besieged and started provocative war against Russia without leaving any other way. The imperialist media portrays Russia as a threat that wants to invade the world today. And they are doing all meanness against Russia under the name of democracy, like they did it against the Soviet Union in history. In this world, which is divided two fronts, Uzbekistan refused to recognize the republics of Donetsk and Lugansk and defended the territorial integrity of Ukraine. But at the same time, Uzbekistan doesn't want its relations with Russia to be bad. And while choosing a front in this war period, Uzbekistan thinks that it will come out harmless in the end. Ministry of Foreign Affairs said that we will continue beneficial cooperation with these countries, and we stand for the cessation of violence and hostilities. So as always, like in all wars, of course, those who are paying the bill of this war are Ukrainian and the Russian working class. Worst thing that can be that the war can spread and turn to Third World War. or the world economic crisis can begin, and the world working class is going to be more oppressive. That's why we must be organized in the class struggle. We must have fight against imperialism, shoulder to shoulder. One day, this order will be overthrown, and the workers will rewrite the page of history. Workers of all countries and oppressed people, unite. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so here we have also Ali Rahimov, Comrade Ali Rahimov's statement. So we're done with the two groups of comrades who are going to speak in Turkish, but one of them spoke in English. Everyone can hear me, I hope, right? Kutlu, yes? I am out of the translation booth, right? Okay. Okay. Now, comrades, we have come to the end of this first session, but let me give you some information about some of the missing speakers. First of all, Alexei Albu, who we were expecting to hear very willingly, who is Ukrainian and who fights fascism, Nazism in Lugansk itself, was not able to join us today. I am constantly in communication with our comrade Daria Mitina, who is in touch with Alexei himself, and we will try our best to get him to this conference tomorrow if he is available. We have, because you see, the problem is very clearly an anti-Russian and anti-DLP, let me think this in English. People's Republic of Donetsk and People's Republic of Luhansk. So this is against them and of course anti-Russian. Our comrade was not able to connect very simply because the link we sent him was refused and prohibited, it said. Therefore, this is again the same embargo, the same blockade that is being implemented on Russia and its allies in the region. But we will try another method. Our technical comrade is very much an expert on these issues. Comrade Savas and Comrade Yosef know this from earlier experience, again in this sense. And therefore, I hope that we will get him on the conference tomorrow if he is available at a certain moment. That's one point. The other point, I think, is this problem with Comrade Artem Kirpichenok, again from Russia. The problem, I think, has to do with his, again, connection with the Western world, or whatever it's supposed to be called, with the American companies who dominate the technological scene. And therefore, I don't think he received the link, but we will try to see what happened and perhaps get him again tomorrow or perhaps sometime later. So those are the 2 points I wanted to make. As you know, Comrade Kozlov sent his presentation through Comrade Yosef. Now, with your permission, I would like to say, as the moderator of this session, a few words to finish off. We are going to begin our session on Latin America in 15 minutes, but just a couple of minutes. First of all, some of our comrades said, even here, there is not very much unity of thinking on this war. I would like to take exception to this judgment. It is true that our comrades of the RPK, the Russian Party of Communists, have somewhat a different opinion from the rest of the Rakovsky Center. There is no need to deny this. I am not in a position to say here It's not in the remit of my authority to say here who is right or who is wrong. This is not what I'm going to do. What I wanted to underline is the fact that this is a minority in the Rakovsky Center, with whom we will, of course, continue discussing. You see, international work, internationalist work is more difficult to carry on than national communist and revolutionary work, simply because you are distant, but also language is a barrier. So we have to overcome all these barriers in order to try to convince each other. That's one point. When I listened to all the comrades all together, I get a much more consistent picture of the assessment of this war, from Savas all the way to Ali Rakhimov at the end, with very important speeches in between. Now, I would say that this gave me the opportunity to say that, all wars, in fact, all important big wars, not local wars, but this is not a local war, as Savas mentioned at the beginning among the lies. All important wars in history are a combination of different contradictions, as all big crises are, be it economic or political or military in the world. This is almost a rule of the dialectic. When you look at it as a totality, I think there are 5 different wars here, which of course interpenetrate and determine each other very closely. Very quickly going through these wars in just one sentence for each. First of all, there is, of course, NATO's proxy war against Russia, which is possibly transitional to direct war. They are really now weakening the Russian army, which, of course, would give them the possibility for a future direct war, much at a higher advantage than before. Secondly, there's, of course, the NATO's war. This might sound very, very ironic, but this is what has been proven by the evidence. NATO's war against the Ukrainian people, using them as cannon fodder in order to weaken Russia and attack Russia in the end. Thirdly, there is a class war within Ukraine itself. That's very obvious. The People's Republic of Donetsk and the People's Republic of Lugansk are the product of the worker, metallurgical worker and miner traditions of Donbass, given all the factories and the remember when we come to Mariupol or Severodonetsk, we see big factories where the Nazi fighters hide, etc., etc. This is working class country. As Said was forcefully saying, as Daria was saying, this is a struggle between that working class and neo-Nazis in Ukraine, which represent, of course, the ruling class of Ukraine. Fourthly, of course, there is also a war within Ukraine between international fascism and anti-fascists. Comrades, fascism is making big strides all around the world. Comrade Savas mentioned the 6th of January 2021. We have the example of France where, both in the presidential elections where she received 42% and in the general elections for the National Assembly, the number of seats of the National Rally, the new party for the ex-National Front, Le Pen's party, moved from 6 seats to 90 seats. My God. And you have this all around from Bolsonaro to Modi in India, passing through other countries as well. So this is a general manifestation of the decline of capitalism and the serious crisis that it has fallen into. fascism is an aspect of this, trying to turn the economic crisis that grips the world capitalist system not into class conflict, but into a conflict between different nations, races, etc., etc. This is the manifestation of a crisis that is going around the world. So Ukraine was one of the first countries in Europe where you had a strong fascist movement, which became a member of a coalition, ruling coalition there at a certain point, not now possibly. So, but the overall system is now becoming Nazified all the time. So there's a war there, an international war in a certain country going on as well. And finally, this is our war, the war of the international proletariat and its communist vanguard against the Third World War, against the deep depression that the world is going through, and the hunger and the unemployment and the misery that it causes, and against this barbaric system that is capitalism. That war also represents this in a very refracted manner, as light is refracted in water. So I would say, you know, the discussion here really brings all these elements together and shows us our duties, which were expressed by, at least to my point of view, by comrades Savas and Levent, but other comrades as well. So we have made a good start for our conference, I think. Thank you for the patience of all, and we will pass over into the second session, where our very important Latin American guests will be speaking in 15 minutes. Thank you, comrades.